And welcome to the Kia Oval for the first Surrey Women's home game. It's the Metro Bank. We're back, Yaz, and Surrey versus Yorkshire. I've been waiting for this day. I'm very, very excited. I'm delighted to have you, Yaz Rana, alongside me, Cameron Ponsonby. We've got some changes from the middle. Surrey have won the toss and they are going to have a bowl. 3 changes for the home team. Priyansh Chatterjee, Kalia Moore and Bryony Smith come in for the absent England players. That's Sophia Dunkley, Danny White, Hodge. I can't remember the last one. We have to go. I'll find a scorecard. 1 change for Yorkshire and Alice Capsey, of course. 1 change for Yorkshire as Georgie Boyce, recently signed on loan for 1 month, comes into the team in place of Inez Blackwell. We're going to be getting going straight away here from the Vauxhall end. Maitland Brown, Surrey's overseas signing, with the ball in hand. Kira Chatley, the skipper, behind the stumps. 2 fielders out on the fence. It is the power play after all, that deep third and short, well, deep, fine leg as well. Yaz, how are you doing?
I'm good. Looking forward to seeing Surrey in their first home game of the season. Brown into Lauren Winfield Hill.
Short ball to begin with. That's just off the thigh pad. And wait for 1 run. Wait for the umpire signal. No, a bit of better bat involved, so Winfield Hill is off the mark. I think we've got to address the elephant in the room immediately. We've got colleagues commentating on one another at the moment. 2 Wisden employees. Host of the Wisden Cricket Podcast, Yaz Rana. Host of the Women's Wisden Cricket Podcast, Lauren Winfield Hill, out in the middle. Emotions high? Brown in again. A play and a miss outside the off stump by Georgie Boyce.
Bit of early away movement from Brown to Boyce. Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Cards on the table. Lauren is my colleague. So if there's a marginal LBW shout, I'll be suggesting it's probably high. Bit of bat.
Lovely.
Going down leg.
I think that's only right. People who have to be aware of the intrinsic biases built into these things at time. Good pace from Brown and defended into the offside by Georgie Boyce.
Who's the new signing for Yorkshire? Straight into the side, on loan from the Blaze. That was only confirmed in the last couple of days. Straight in at the top of the order. Heartbreaking start to Yorkshire's first game in Tier 1.
Cuts, but no run. Fielded at point by Tilly Courtney and Coleman. Yes, their first game in Tier 1. A Sophie Luff epic from the Somerset skipper. Got them over the line by 1 wicket. Sophie Luff finished 76 not out.
Chasing 179. At one point they were 115 for 8.
Angled in to Boyce on this occasion. Tidy opening over from Maitland Brown so far. Just the 1 run conceded from the opening 5 deliveries. On the other hand, Surrey got off to a winning start in their first match of the season. They played Warwickshire up at Edgbaston and put together the 3rd, I think it was the 4th highest List A score in history. They made close to 400. Danny White Hodge made 120. Swing and a miss. End of the first over from Maitland Brown. Yorkshire 1 for no loss. But it was a high scoring affair because Surrey only got over the line by about 50 runs in the end. Warwickshire put up a mean challenge. Runs for Amu Surinkumar. Young, very talented batter. She made 59. 90 for M. Arlott. And 45 down the order from Izzy Wong. So yeah, Surrey, they'll be fancying themselves for a chase today. Good bowling conditions at the moment. We've got a slightly green tinge to this wicket. Nice overheads for ball in hand. We have a few fans strolling through the gates for this afternoon of cricket. We're going to start with some spin here from the pavilion end. Tilly Courtney Coleman, the exceptionally well thought of teenage spinner, who's now a lot wealthier as a result of the 100 draft. She's got ball in hand and conducting her troops at the moment, just shuffling her fielders into the positions she wants. Then we have a long off in place and a deep mid-wicket. No slip for now. Flight to begin with. Just drops it on a length. Good energy in the field from, I believe that looks like Danny Gregory. We're a long way away at the moment, so we're just going to get I do this every year. I don't wear my contact lenses and I remember I can't see. Another dot to begin with. So very tidy start from Surrey. Courtine Coleman was one of the kind of extended England squad members who was playing as part of an internal match yesterday. Tucked away into the leg side by Winfield Hill, and that's her second run of the morning. So if you are wondering where Capsey, Dunkley and Wyatt Hodge are, they are part of an England training camp this week. So there's currently an internal England match happening down in Somerset. Kind of specific T20 training scenarios taking place ahead of the home World Cup that happens later this year. But Yaz, it does feel a bit peculiar to have the 17 best players in the country absent from the first week of the season.
I mean, let's not beat around the bush. It's disappointing from a spectacle point of view for the domestic competition.
Quick single taken. Get home comfortably enough.
At the start of the summer, you want to see teams as strong as possible, and we don't have that. I think it's a shame that you're just using Surrey as an example. Three of Surrey's best players available over the weekend against Warwickshire, but not for game 2 here against Yorkshire.
Pulled away. That should be a couple, if not 4. Well played by Winfield Hill. We have the first boundary of the morning. Just a bit short from Courtine Coleman. And Winfield Hill was able to pull it a long way in front of square and pick up 4.
I also understand why they have done it. England haven't actually played for ages. It's an unusually long gap in their schedule.
Well, they haven't played since the last World Cup.
Exactly.
In October.
And that is an extraordinarily long time for an international side to go without playing a game.
Short again. This time pulled out to the sweeper in the deep.
They would also argue that this is a T20 World Cup. This is a 50-over competition. Let's get our best players playing as much T20 cricket as possible in the run-up to the World Cup.
8 for no loss after 2 overs.
And I think there's also a broader conversation to be had about the value and merit and how much do you learn from most bilateral international cricket. So there have been summers before where I think the English cricketing public has got excited about an England team beating an inferior overseas travelling side. Say, for example, West Indies last year. But the gap in standard is so vast, I think England would argue that we don't learn that much from series like that. They don't necessarily find out that much about the players involved in beating sometimes very inexperienced sides like the West Indies last year.
Shorts, pulls again. Fielded by Chatterjee at mid-on. Another run scored.
So it's a difficult balance, and I understand why England are doing it, but it can simultaneously be an understandable decision, but also disappointing for the wider domestic game.
My confusion lies in a number of places. And I know there'll be the hierarchy of the international team will be saying, well, our main objective, our sole objective at this time is to win the World Cup. Full clips off the pad. That should run away to the boundary. Does indeed. Leg byes signalled by the umpire. So Yorkshire just beginning to tick over here. But on the one hand, if the problem is, right, well, this is a 50-over block of cricket at the moment. We want our players playing T20 cricket. Or we're in control of the schedule. Is it too kind of blue sky or simplistic an idea to say, well, could you flip the season? Could you have started this year with the T20 block rather than the 50-over block? I believe something similar was done for the men's team in 2019. Well bowled by Brown. That beats the outside edge. Good pace as well. Just forcing Boyce back in her crease. And we're a long way out. It's still 2 months away. And we've had, I think in the last 6 or 7 weeks, England, the women's team, have played 8 internal matches. They played a 5-match series in South Africa, which was designed to best replicate international and high-pressure cricket. And the slight irony I find in that. Cut away. It's a beautiful shot from Boyce. Should pick up a couple. Well fielded in the deep. As you spend great expense travelling to South Africa. It was a 50-person touring squad. Because you had 2 teams out there, 2 squads of players, 2 sets of coaching staffs, some backroom staff that milled in between. You go to all those lengths to replicate the competitive environments, and then when you're presented with a literal competitive environment, you then take the players out.
Well bowled.
Beautiful shape from Brown. And I think the balance that, I'm not exactly breaking news to any of the powers that be here, the balance you need to strike is, I referenced her earlier, Amu Surrenkumar, young batter at Warwickshire, potentially might play some England A cricket this year, maybe, but for the most part, she's got 60 against a strong Surrey bowling attack. Her standard of cricket for the next year is now going to be lower, and so her development is going to be stunted to a level it could have been if she was playing the highest standard of cricket available to her. That'd be a wide ball. And all in all, I know you mentioned that you understand why England are doing, and I understand it to the length of, if I was in charge of the England team and my sole goal was to win this World Cup, I want to control as much as possible. But for the greatest strength of the women's game, when we have started this new Tier 1 system, when there is money going to the 100 competition, drops in the offside, no run. Surely you want as strong a domestic game as possible, and that is the most benefit to the game in the long run. End of the over, 16 for no loss.
But that's the balance, isn't it? It's about long run versus short run. I think England would massively prioritise doing everything they possibly can to help win this World Cup.
But is it going to help? That's my debate, because England are quite comfortably one of the best 3 teams in the world. If you want to say maybe South Africa are in there 4, they should absolutely, without too much of an issue, get to the semi-final. And then, unfortunately, the nature of 2020 cricket is maybe you win 2 games in a row, maybe you don't. And you are kind of entering that lottery where it's like, okay, we're basically building all this towards a one-off game with Australia, a one-off game with India. And there's only so much control you can have over those instances.
Well, you say lottery. I'd say England have lost those games pretty consistently over the last 8 years.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
There's a period where the discourse was, what can England do to beat Australia? But I think they went on a run of 5 or 6 competitions in a row where they didn't do well enough to play Australia in a knockout game.
Well, that was the kind of the heartbreak of the 2024 World Cup, is England lost that game to the West Indies, so they didn't make it out of the group stage. Pulled away. That could be 4. There's a race on for the fielder in the deep, which she loses. Pulled away again. 2 short to begin with from Courtine Coleman. That's a depressing little skip out to the advertising boardings there for Callia Moore.
In T20 cricket, England haven't got to a global final since 2018 in the Caribbean. It's a long time ago. 8 years now.
I also, there's one other issue I have with the decision. Pushed up towards long off. That's a nice shot from Winfield Hill. Is that last year, the beginning of Tier 1, it was the first time we had all these teams. Now, they joined up with, aligned with other counties rather than having the regional system where you had South East Stars, etc. Boulder! Snuck through Georgie Boyce somehow. And Surrey are on the board. Short of a length. Boyce looked to turn it into the leg side. I think we'll have to confirm. It might have even snuck through her legs. Confirmation from the back of the box. It's clipped the inside of Georgie Boyce's thigh and deflected onto the stumps. A much needed wicket for Courtine Coleman. She's gone for 12 runs of her first 9 deliveries, so not as tight as she'd wanted to be. But she's got a wicket to show for her efforts now.
Yeah, Courtine Coleman, only 18 years old. She has already forged a reputation of being one of the best new ball spin bowlers in the English game. 3 for 43 last time out against Warwickshire. This is how she operates, stump to stump. 3 wickets against Warwickshire. LBW bowled and bowled. She bowls Georgie Boyce for 3. Surrey are up and running. Yorkshire 21 for 1.
Left-handed Jess Jonathan in. One of the heavy hitters overseas signings of the year. A few fewer overseas signings. Last year there were some amazing additions to the competition. You had Elise Perry, you had Susie Bates up at Durham, you had Grace Harris here at Surrey. Mark Church keeps on he's gesturing thumbs up to me, and I don't know if that means he wants higher or more or good. Just good. And to that point last year, the start of this competition was fantastic. Courtine Coleman in for the first ball, and that's cut away. Well fielded at short third. Maitland Brown with the work. Because everyone was available, everyone was playing, there was jeopardy on the line. You had people like Emma Lamb score bulk runs to force her way back into that England setup. And it was a novelty within English cricket, both the men's and the women's games, to have a caveat-free competition where the league was simply 8 teams. Everyone played each other twice. Everyone was available. It was easy to follow. There were storylines everywhere you looked. Appeal for LBW. No dice from the umpire.
Wonderfully bowled by Courtine Coleman. Bit of flight, bit of dip.
See the replay here. It's just skipped on with the arm, but probably missing leg stump. 22 for 1 after 4 overs. I think there's a feeling that maybe we shouldn't have got too excited about that last year. That was the exception rather than the rule, but there's only 28 fixtures of cricket to schedule. 28 days even of cricket to schedule in the women's game. That you have the opportunity to not fall into the same traps and just kind of wormholes that we're so used to with the men's game, where it's Division 1, they don't play everyone doesn't play each other twice, but like that's okay. Like no, we don't need to settle for less. You can have pretty much everything you want at the moment with the women's game. Right, Maitland Brown back into the attack. Aussie to Aussie here at the Kia Oval. Oh, that one again. Is that too idealistic, or is that am I being too blue sky and not appreciating the intricacies that those in charge are having to navigate?
I think all the points you bring up about wanting to strengthen the domestic competition as much as possible, both from a performance side but also in terms of raising interest levels, I think that's completely legit. But I also understand where they're coming from. There's a World Cup in 2 months. How can we best prepare the players? And I don't think it's unreasonable to say them playing the cricket in the format that the World Cup's in is the thing to do. What I do think England have got wrong in the past is their players don't play enough cricket. There were times last year where it wasn't exactly clear why England players weren't playing the domestic competitions. At least this time round, they're not playing the domestic competitions to play cricket.
I think we might.
And sorry, the other thing I'd say on England players, particularly last year, not playing as much domestic cricket as they could, I think it's underappreciated the value of actually dominating the level below.
I absolutely agree with that.
Especially with, obviously if you remove the icons in that England team, Siverbrunt, Knight, etc. Wonderfully
Beautiful shot down the ground It could go all the way here. Indeed, it does. Perfect timing from Jess Jonathan. Just a push back from Maitland-Brown. And 4 runs.
That's an amazing shot. There was no follow-through whatsoever. Pure timing from Jonathan. It's a good delivery from Maitland-Brown. He's bowling with really nice shape into the left-hander. That is
Goodness
no more...
me.
I think even calling it a push is an exaggeration. An early sign of actually how quick the outfield is as well.
DSC bat from Jess Jonathan, in case anyone was wondering. I do like DSCs. In the yearly wisdom bat tests, I always think they're my favourite.
But I think, to my point about England players dominating the level below, with the exception of players like Knight and Siver-Brunt, a lot of the players who bat in the top 6 for England just haven't scored that many professional hundreds. And when you go to a World Cup, you want your players to be scoring hundreds. And they literally do not have a huge amount of experience doing that.
She had a little fiddle with the field. The offside ring has all shifted round. We've got a packed offside ring at the moment. 5 fielders. Short pulled out for 1.
But last year, England players were sometimes missing action not to play cricket. At least this time, they are playing cricket.
Sure. You reminded me of one of my other bugbears from last season, is that we got to September and the competition had been so good and Emma Lamb had been the best player in the competition, and then right at the very end they were pulled out to rest. And it meant that Lamb, would that be a wide? No, says the umpire. So end of the 5th over, 28 for 1. And so Emma Lamb missed the domestic final, having been the player of the competition. No, those are, to your point about often bilateral series or whatever it is, you forget about it. But winning competitions with your teammates, and especially in a tournament where you'd rubber stamped your name into it, you'd gone like, this was me. We are here in this final because of me. Found it deeply disappointing. But we are where we are. And Courtine Coleman is going to continue from the pavilion end. She picked up the first wicket of the morning. Clean bowling, Georgie Bowl. So I guess bowling, because it wasn't clean. Took a deflection on the way through.
You did some digging earlier and found the scorecard from the first warm-up game. Who are the star performers in that intra-squad friendly?
Well, this one you can't blame England for. It rained. So we had England Women's Team 1 facing up against England Women's Team 2. And England Women's Team 1 finished 162 for 5 off 18 before rain intervened. Heather Knight was 45 not out. Beautiful shape from Courtine Coleman's delivery so far. And so Courtine Coleman was bowling yesterday. She took 2 for 28. She dismissed Surrey teammate Danny White-Hodge. And she also clean bowled Surrey teammate Kira Chatley. False start. Here we'll have a go again. And Courtine Coleman just rushing through her overs.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, Cam, but do you envisage a day where Courtine Coleman and Eccleston are in the same England team? 2 very tall left-arm spin bowlers.
Well fielded by Maitland-Brown. Good dot ball for Surrey, that one. Well, how many left-arm spinners does it take to win a World Cup? That's the question England need to answer, because they've got at least 3 fantastic left-arm spinners. You've got Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith and Courtine Coleman. Beautifully bowled again. I feel like the difference just from this short snippet of watching her this morning compared to last season, there seems to be a bit more shape on her deliveries. Coming up and over it, the ball dropping onto a length. And it's a maiden over. So a tidy set of 6 from Courtine Coleman. Yorkshire stay at 28 for 1 after 6 overs.
I suppose it's useful that she bowls so much in the power play if you're looking for a differentiation between Eccleston and Courtine Coleman. If they have those different roles, they can perhaps coexist in the same side.
England women, they used to have that beautifully balanced spin attack of Sophie Eccleston bowling left arm spin, Charlie Dean bowling right arm spin, and then Sarah Glenn bowling leggies. You covered all your bases. But now Lindsay Smith bowls stump to stump.
Almost left arm in swing.
I love watching Lindsay Smith play. I enjoy because I feel like she exploits other people's weaknesses in quite a cruel manner. Edged, and that'll go down to deep third. Oof! Trouble in the deep. And Danny Gregory's been done by the spin there, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's 4 runs, but also that wasn't a million miles away from Jemima Spence at backward point. Have a look at the replay here.
Oh, that has kicked. I tell you what, we'll forgive Danny Gregory for that one, because you can see that puff of sand. It's kicked to the right. Maitland Brown might not forgive her. In behind it, Winfield Hill. 17 off 13, 17 off 14. A brisk start for the Yorkshire skipper.
This pair play a lot of cricket together in Australia for Queensland, where Winfield Hill spends her winters.
It's a lovely shot from Winfield Hill. Punched off the back foot. They think about a run. Turn it down. I love when kind of recruitment is very transparent in that way. It's like, how did you manage to get Jess Johnson over to Yorkshire this year? Well, I was just hanging out for last winter, actually.
And the winter before that.
I remember in terms of how relationships develop, Rory Burns was the overseas player at Nathan Ellis's club over in Sydney. And so then returned the favour. Rory Burns put Nathan Ellis in contact with Banstead here in Surrey. And Nathan Ellis, in the year playing for Banstead, met his wife who was working behind the bar at Banstead. Look at how it all comes together. Club cricket, fighting the good fight for everyone. Four dots in a row for Maitland Brown. He's bowled with good pace. Potentially a little bit shorter than she'd have liked. We've seen Winfield Hill punching off the back foot quite often, not really having to be brought forward.
I wonder if we're already seeing a little bit less movement through the air as we did at the very start.
I'll have to bowl that one again. Yep, wide ball. Swing and a miss. Better length from Maitland Brown, inducing the shot from Winfield Hill. And that is the end of the over. 33 for 1 after 7. Just see a replay of that delivery from Brown, and Winfield Hill gives herself a little telling off.
Courtine Coleman again. Actually had quite a quiet one-day cup last year. Only played 6 games, only took 2 wickets. So 1 and a bit games in, she's already doubled her wicket-taking tally from last year.
Have a wee look at Courtine Coleman's wickets from the weekend against Warwickshire. 3 for 26. Big reverse sweep, and I'm afraid that one is out. Dead straight on the reverse sweep. That's beautifully bowled. Ball trickling onto the stumps. Gets away with a dot ball here on this occasion, just sliding the ball down the leg side. Well fielded by Danny Gregory on this occasion.
9 dots in a row from Courtine Coleman to Jess Jonathan. Bit of pressure building early.
Beautifully bowled. Just that dip you're seeing from Courtine Coleman here at the Kia Oval. Not much spin. Beating Jonathan on the outside edge. Monaghan doing the work at short mid-wicket. 2 fielders out in the deep, long on and deep mid-wicket. Well fielded at point. Saved a certain boundary there. Yorkshire will pick up a couple.
Breaks that hold that Courtine Coleman had over Jess Jonathan briefly. 10 dot balls in a row. I think you're right to say that looks like there's a little bit more action on the ball from Courtine Coleman this season. Bit more flight, bit more dip.
Well, Courtine Coleman's doing wonders for Surrey's over rates. Rushing through 7 overs, 8 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. 35 for 1. Courtine Coleman, but falling to a 4-5 field, so trying to stay as straight as possible. I guess length is the real defining factor. Can't get too short, you get pulled away, but she has protection if she gets a bit too full. And Maitland Brown's going to continue. And it's an easy game plan for Surrey so far. Plugging and playing. That was my old boss's favourite sentence, that. Any project, he'd go, this is a plug and play operation.
That's how people described Liam Dawson before he played at Old Trafford last year.
Well bowled by Maitland Brown.
I'm not surprised that she's continuing. I think she's bowled really well. Unlucky to be wicketless so far. Got the ball to move away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. Beating the outside edge of Winfield Hill on a few occasions now. Surrey persisting with the first slip too.
Maybe we will see the ball just start to shape a little bit more if it is that bit fuller. Well played by Winfield Hill. Sneaks through Chatterjee at mid-on. So Yorkshire are able to get back for a couple.
Yeah, she's conceded 18 runs, and I think Brown will have her own mental tally of the misfields off her bowling. I think she'll think should be 13. It's a difficult balance to strike as an opening bowler, because I agree with you that if Brown just pitched up a little bit more, it's perhaps a little bit more threatening. That's a lovely shot from Winfield Hill. That'll be 4. A little bit leg side from Brown. And Winfield Hill moves into the 20s.
That's almost exactly the risk you were identifying there. Maitland Brown searching for that extra movement, not finding it. And so although the ball sets off on a menacing line of middle stump, hoping it's going to duck back out towards off stump, it keeps on going down the leg side. That's a very risk-free 4 runs for Winfield Hill.
Yeah, if a bowler gets a little bit greedy in the power play, they can be punished with the field restrictions. Just 2 players allowed outside the ring.
Immediately shorter from Brown. Tried going full, went for 6 runs off 2 balls. Revert to plan A. First time we'll see her bowling, well no, I was about to say it's the first time we're seeing her bowling Jess Jonathan, and then I forgot what was the shot of the day and will remain the shot of the day, which is a Damien Martin-esque forward defensive 4. Staying over the wicket. She's going to try and slide the ball across the left-hander, slip in play. Firmly driven up to mid-off. Very compact batting technique from Jonathan. Jonathan's played an enormous amount of cricket for Australia, over 200 appearances across formats. Made her debut back in 2012. That's full. Fielded off her own bowling by Maitland-Brown. That'll bring to a close the 9th over. I suspect that'll be Maitland-Brown's lot for now. We'll see Corty and Coleman potentially continue from the pavilion end. Yet to see anyone else going through the motions of their warm-ups. And, well, I don't know why I spoke myself into that hole, because we are having a change of bowling. It looks like it'll be Kalia Moore for the first time this season, coming into the team, for this match even. Bowls big turning off breaks. More than useful with the bat as well. Of course, we have a bowling change powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease and let's bat for sustainability together. It's my first of the year of those. I feel a thrill. Last over of the power play. 2 fielders out, deep mid-wicket and a deep cover point. So a split field. And that offside sweeper in the game immediately.
You mentioned that Jess Jonathan's played a lot of cricket for Australia. That is true, but she hasn't done so in a long time. 2023, the last time that she represented in Australia. And it's a curious story because Jonathan is one of the very best players on the franchise circuit. Commands WPL deals most seasons. Her most recent WPL was a very successful one individually with both bat and ball.
I think this is a good matchup for more big turning off breaks. Now spinning away from the left-hander. They scamper through for one. I often think Moore bowls kind of off-spin, almost like a leg spinner. She doesn't quite give you that level of control. But when she gets it right, she can produce some beautiful deliveries. I think I'm going to message our colleague, who will be back on the weekend, Kirsty White, to remind me of Moore's nickname. So I remember enjoying it. I look forward to having Kirsty back on Saturday. That's short. And I reckon Surrey would have shaken hands on 1 run only being scored off that ball. Perfect from Moore, on the money.
2 deliveries left of the power play. Steady start from Jonathan, just 9 off 22 deliveries.
Well fielded. Short again from Moore. Maitland-Brown has been busy in the field so far, as well as her opening 5 overs.
Running from backward point to backward point for both left-hand and right-hand batters. Generally a sign that you're respected as a fielder.
Wide ball. I don't think that's too bad a miss by Moore there. They just changed the field to Winfield here, where they brought up the offside sweeper to have 2 outs on the leg side. So Moore will have had in her head, right, be straight, be straight. If you are going to miss, you missed the leg side rather than the off. But happened again, and this time Winfield Hill does punish her. 4 runs to end the over. And what was quite a tidy over from Moore ends up going for 9 runs. So the power play is over here at the Kia Oval, and Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with their start. It's 51 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Winfield Hill, but Moore in dangerous territory there. Fearing just a little bit leg side, and with just 1 fielder behind square on the leg side. No surprise that Winfield Hill was able to find the boundary. 51 for 1 at the end of the power play.
We are going to have a change of bowling. Alice Monaghan into the attack. Another change of bowling, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. We've got a very smart kind of lower third, side third graphic to accompany these bowling changes this year. Wonderful stuff from all involved. Monaghan, very exciting. I don't know if still young player, she's quite experienced now. Powerful batter, bowl with good pace. And as is customary, we see the field spread as soon as we're out of the power play. So 4 fielders out in the deep now. Deep square leg, fine leg, deep third and cover point out. Short to begin with, and that rushes Jonathan. He gets half a blade on it and gathers 1 run out to the fielder in the deep.
14 wickets in last year's competition. Surrey's third leading wicket taker in the One Day Cup. Now we'll see the game be played very differently. Field spread out, 4 fielders on the boundary, all quite square of the wicket. There's a sweep on the offside, deep square leg, deep fine leg, protecting the short boundary towards the beds to stand and a deep third. Down the leg side, but I think that's the sort of length we'll see from Monaghan. Just back of a length, not too dissimilar to what Maitland Brown was bowling previously from the Vauxhall end.
So I spoke about this at length last year. It was one of my fascinations across the season. The Surrey backroom staff, they're very diligent in their preparation, and they analyse their opponents and they work out what shape of boundary they want as a result. Left alone, outside off stump, dot ball.
Sorry, what do you mean by shape of boundary? The physical
shape of the boundary. So last year we had some incredibly peculiar boundary shapes, whether at Beckenham or here at the Kia Oval, because the backroom staff, Johan Myberg and his team, would go, right, this batting team, they're like very strong. They're not very strong straight, but they're better square of the wicket. So they'd manipulate the boundary dimensions to best suit the contest. On this occasion, we just have a massive boundary. I'm trying to work out what that means. It's a beautiful shot from Winfield Hill.
It's a big boundary. It's shorter towards the beds to stand where the ground staff are. But also what we've seen already, and I guess illustrated best by that immaculate push down the ground from Jess Jonathan. The outfield is rapid.
Which is surprising to us. It's not been raining here today, but there has been a tiny bit of rain in the area over the last couple of days. We had a few rain interruptions during the men's county championship game. So I'd expect the grass to be quite lush and almost a bit slow at this point, but it isn't the case. Appeal for LBW. I think you're doing well to get a positive reaction from the umpire there. Pitching outside leg stump is my guess. It does mean I've got a very exciting number of pictures on my camera roll of various boundary dimensions of previous games.
How strange can they get?
Oh, they're wonderful. I'll show you later. We'll try and sync them up to the stream. That'll be exciting. Good pace again from Monaghan. But Jonathan's able to pick up a run. She hasn't really played a shot in anger, Jonathan. She's 12 off 26, and her boundary was a defensive push as well. Meanwhile, at the other end, Winfield Hill's probably benefited from one misfield and a couple of loose deliveries. But she's capitalised on them to be on a productive 31 off 27. Winfield Hill wants a wide, still wants a wide, doesn't get a wide. End of the over, 55 for 1 after 11.
I wonder how much of what Jonathan's trying to do at the moment is an acknowledgement of her role in the side. It's a relatively inexperienced Yorkshire top 7. One that's playing Tier 1 cricket for the first time. I get a sense that this pair, 2 storied international cricketers, Lauren Winfield Hill and Jess Jonathan, feel like the onus at some level is on them to get the job done. And with the field now spread out, there'll be more run-scoring, risk-free almost run-scoring opportunities available to them.
I've heard back from Kirsty White, friend and colleague. That reminded me, Callie Moore's nickname was Denise. She kind of drove around like on a big van. And they thought she was kind of made her very mum-like, and therefore she was called Denise.
Is that the go-to mum name?
Mark Church is looking at me incredibly confused. I didn't invent it. Yeah, you know, Denise. My mum's called Sarah. Playing around with the field now, we have the right-handed Winfield Hill on strike. So we're going to have two fielders out in the deep on the leg side, but we do have that protection at cover point as well. So a 4-5 field. Moore coming over the wicket will be looking to bowl pretty straight. And that's perfect.
Interestingly, that Surrey are not using all their boundary options that they're allowed. They're allowed one more fielder out. Just 3 fielders in the boundary at the moment, 2 on the leg side, 1 on the off. Fielders in front of the square in the ring also quite tight as well, trying to cut off the quick single.
That's a good single for Surrey, because it was just Moore losing her line down the leg side a little bit again. Same field almost exactly to the left-handed Jonathan, but it's flipped over slightly. You have 5 fielders on the offside rather than the leg side. And that's a good line. You see this in kind of the middle overs with seam as well as spin. You have your cover mid-wicket tight, then your mid on mid-off, and you're basically trying to bowl on a length straight and saying, if you want to take a risk and hit me over the top, you can. Appeal for caught behind, given. Moore produces a beauty, a bit of bounce, a bit of turn, and the left-handed Jess Jonathan has to go. And that's a big breakthrough for Surrey, who gets the big wicket of the Aussie. She's got to go. Yorkshire 57 for 2.
That's such a good ball, and it's such a big wicket. Cam called Moore's ability to produce magic balls first up, and here's one to dismiss the Aussie overseas. Bit of flight, bit of turn. Good length delivery. Takes the outside edge. And Jess Jonathan departs for 13. Yorkshire 57 for 2.
Well, one experienced spinner taking the wicket, and in the huddle, just spotted on the left-hand side, was young Izzy Sidhu, who signed her first professional contract with Surrey. There's a replay. Cullian Moore wasn't quite sure to begin with. Head to her hands, thinking, oh, almost caught the edge there, but well held by Chatley behind the stumps. And Jess Jonathan playing a shot away from her body, trying to cut that ball behind square for a couple.
Yeah, no complaints from Jonathan there. She was off back to the dressing room before the umpire even raised his finger. It's a very, very big wicket. Jess Jonathan, Australian international, star overseas player. It's biding her time. But now departs, 57 for 2. A bit of a rebuilding job for this Yorkshire pair. Lauren Winfield Hill is joined in the middle by the Netherlands international Stair Callis, who will be in action in the World Cup later this summer. Netherlands in a global tournament in the women's game for the first time in a quarter of a century. Callis facing Moore to start.
Good start from Moore as well. That ball just held its line, taking the outside edge, shoots along. Dot ball to begin Callis's innings, 57 for 2 after 12.
And you were talking earlier with the fields that Surrey have so far had outside the first power play. There's been no boundary protection straight. So if the Yorkshire players want to take that option on, they've got to take a bit of a risk to take on, mid off. And with every wicket, they're just less likely to take those risks.
Now, I've been thinking in my constant viewing of NV played clips of wickets over the last week or so, about when the opposition is appealing against you as a batter, is your best bet when trying to look innocent, to look at the umpire, back at the umpire, or to not look at the umpire? And that is a big question. I've only got one over left, so give us an answer quickly. Monaghan to continue from the Vauxhall end. Short, and that's pulled away. Could get 4 for that, and does. Bryony Smith unable to cut it off in the deep. He was struck powerfully. And it didn't get up that high. It was short of length from Monaghan, but Winfield Hill's done well to almost jab her back down on it.
Yeah, it's back by length, but didn't really get up. Timed so nicely. Picks up 4.36 off 31.
Oh, I think you look more guilty if you look at the umpire.
I was going to say the opposite.
Really? I've just been seeing some people try to pretend they haven't hit it by looking back at the umpire, almost pleading them, saying, like, oh, don't give it.
Thing is, though, as a batter, you know that they're appealing. So you should be interested in what the umpire's doing. I always think
you know what? It's a good point. You make a good point.
I always think it's a little bit deliberate if they're not looking at the umpire.
I just shake my head. Okay. Nah.
The one I don't like is when players gesture to the thigh pad or something like that. It was an LBW appeal and just
wave the bat. I'll definitely do that. Do anything possible. No ball, but a bit of lift from Monaghan as well. So good news and bad news for Surrey and Stair Callis respectively there. A bit of lift off the surface. A difficult delivery to deal with, but for Callis, the third ball of her innings is going to be a free hit. And the batters haven't changed ends, so the field has to remain. All the fielders on the boundary are either square of the wicket or behind. So Callis will likely be looking to go straight or get a bit ugly and heave it over to the leg side. Looks to go leg side. Just gets the toe end of the bat. Single up to mid-on. You've got England Women Team 1 versus England Women Team 2 scorecard up. How's the intra-squad match going down at Somerset?
England Women Team 2 scored 169 for 6. Maya Bouchier 74 off 50. Tammy Beaumont 32 off 24. I suppose what's interesting and talking about, is this just a training game? How seriously can we take this? Sophia Dunkley has batted for both teams. She came in at number 8 for England Women Team 2 and then was out.
Oh, full toss. Is that a no ball as well? No, gets away with that one, Monaghan.
She was then out for a duck, opening the batting for England Women Team 1. Her standout figures with the ball in the first innings. Lindsay Smith, 4 overs, 3 for 22. The wickets of Danny Wyatt-Hodge, bowled for 8. Caught and bowled Nat Brunt, first ball. And then Tammy Beaumont bowled for 32.
I think that England will say they're doing quite specific T20 training scenarios. They did a practice super over, for instance, last week. Big appeal. Not given. Monaghan doesn't like it, and I'm tempted to agree with her. It looked pretty adjacent on first viewing, potentially sliding down the leg side. Maybe even a bit of bat. Not jested as much by Winfield Hill, who was following the wisdom ethics of laws. Winfield Hill did tap her bat afterwards, actually, so I don't know. You can't believe batters in that instance.
She smashed it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the wisdom ethics code. Ooh, straight again from Monaghan. This time, Winfield Hill just manages to jab her bat down on the delivery. After 13 overs, it's 64 for 2. We'll see. Winfield Hill getting in behind on that occasion. My stint is done. I'm going to hand over to the great Mark Church. I'll give you a great. And Yaz Rana, keep you company for now.
Sprightly start from Monaghan, yet to strike from her opening 2 overs, but we saw both with that LBW shout, but also the final ball of the over. She's definitely getting the ball to skid on and rush the Yorkshire batters. We more to continue from the pavilion end. Good morning, Mark Church.
Yaz, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. So, as Yaz says, Kalia Moore continuing, starting the 14th over. And Callis is forward and just pushing this one politely back up the pitch. That was a lovely piece of bowling from Kalia Moore to get the wicket. Bounce, little bit of turn, good catch as well from Chatley. Should be a single, will be a single, as Callis just turns this one off her hip down to long leg, brings Winfield Hill back onto strike on 37. But yeah, a bit of extra bounce, and as Cameron was saying, she does have this. There's Kalia Moore. She's got a brilliant delivery in her locker as Winfield Hill turns this uppishly. Get another single out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up one more. Yeah, I'd have thought here Yorkshire aren't too upset with where they find themselves at the moment, especially with Winfield Hill still there on 38. Interesting that Surrey won the toss and bowled. Seems to be the way here these days. There'll be a run here as Callis just pushes forward into the offside. Schofield comes up from cover to do the fielding. Of course, Kira Chatley in charge of the 50 over team. Got a win in that first game up at Edgbaston. Saturday that was, as it's nicely bowled again by Moore.
Yeah, didn't quite get her line right in her first over, but she's come back really well. It's good attacking off-spin bowling. We really saw it in the wicket of Jonathan. Often you associate finger spin bowlers in the middle overs just darting it in stump to stump. A little bit like that delivery, to be fair. 2 runs off the over. Yorkshire 66 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, and it's very tidy stuff from Kalia Moore. And for Kira Chatley as well, as captain, set your field with your bowler, and as long as your bowler sticks to it, then you're hoping to get through these middle overs pretty quickly without any damage really being done to the scoreboard. But I think Yorkshire here have got a base to push on. I think Winfield Hill will obviously be key. If Winfield Hill can stick around, because she's so experienced. Bryony Smith's just wandering over there to have a word with Monaghan, who will continue. It's a cloudy day here in South London. There's some dark clouds above us. There's no threat of rain. I think it's meant to brighten up. 15th over, Monaghan's in. Solid looking defensive shot from Winfield Hill. Yes, I think the sun's meant to come out at some point, Yaz. It would be rather nice, because the temperature has certainly dropped. And we had those 2 glorious days where I think all of us got lulled into a full sense of security. The summer had arrived, and then after 2 days the temperatures plummeted. But the good thing is it's dry. That's the most important thing. Winfield Hill turns this one off her pads.
I think we can fairly describe that as a false start, Church.
Yes.
And also, those days took place when there wasn't much cricket going on.
No, that was
the
thing. It was when there wasn't any cricket, which is always the way. But yeah, this morning it was chilly. Early on this morning, a few spectators there sat in the dugout area, the old World Cup dugout down there. It's a good view from there. Very close to the action. Callis drives, nice looking shot. That'll beat the inner ring. Sweeper coming around to do the fielding. They should pick up 2, and they will pick up 2, but nicely played. Just pushed off a fullish length. Courtine Coleman coming around doing the sweeping. You can see the bell there as well. I think you can sort of have the opportunity to ring the bell for men's championship games this season. I think they're inviting people to come and ring the bell, which I think is a nice touch. This will be a wide, will it? Yes, it will. Didn't brush the leg, and 1 more to the total.
That can't be a free-for-all, otherwise that'd be very annoying for everyone else who's in at the ground.
I think it's invited. I think you're invited to ring the bell. It's a great honour to ring the bell.
Have you done it yet?
No, I don't think I'll be invited, because number one, I'd probably get it wrong. And number two, I probably at that point will need to be on air somewhere, as this is driven down to backward point. And there is no run. Clearmore doing the fielding sensibly there. Sunglasses on top of cap, just in case the sun does come out. But no, it's a good view from the pavilion end, straight down the ground. We're over towards Archbishop Tennyson's side of the ground today. So it is a long offside boundary for the right-hander. Monaghan, inside edge from Callis, gets away with that. I think probably trying to guide that down towards third man. And Danny Gregory, good effort to get round there, but it beats the dive. And Callis will pick up a boundary. Did look as if she was just trying to open up the face of the batter touch here. Yep, little inside edge. And just beating Danny Gregory to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, very nearly chops on, and Monaghan wicketless so far into her third over. But she's challenged both Winfield Hill and Callis with balls that have rushed them. Very skiddy.
Final ball of the over. Up on her toes goes Callis. And good bit of fielding by Kalia Moore. So here we are in the commentary box. And there is, of course, we're talking about the sun, but there is a hot summer of T20 cricket here at the Kia Oval. So have a quick look at the 360.
What a performance it's been!
Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
Yep, cricket's biggest party here at the Kia Oval. It is tremendous. A tremendous place for T20. Now, Clearmore will continue, starting the 16th over, and that's tucked away by Winfield Hill into the leg side. And King does the fielding, moving round to her right. I'm looking forward to the T20, both the women's and the men's. Of course, Surrey will be defending their title here. What a great day that was last year. It's nicely played by Winfield Hill. Just gets up on her toes and whips it out towards deep mid-wicket. Extraordinary thing about that, yes, was that was also the same day that England won the Euros in the women's football. And we sort of knew what was going on at the back end of the final when there were cheers coming from people trying to keep an eye on the cricket and watch the penalty shootout at the same time.
Yeah, I remember quite unfortunate scheduling that to have those two events clash.
It wasn't ideal, was it?
You imagine there'd be significant overlap in the interest for both.
Yeah, there was, but it was a good crowd and great atmosphere here. As that turned a touch for Kalia Moore, just pushed away into the offside by Callis, who gives the thumbs up there. And that'll be one more to the total. Winfield Hill responding to the call very, very quickly. Tidy figures these at the moment for Kalia Moore. That turns. That's beautifully bowled. Winfield Hill's trying to stay on that back foot, play it as late as she can, but then she gets turn. That was not too far away from the leg stump of Winfield Hill. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Kalia Moore. You can see Winfield Hill is thinking, right, I'll try and play this as late as I can, but that was sharp turn from Kalia Moore. That's nicely bowled as well.
It's really good over, just 2 runs from it. Yorkshire 76 for 2. I think you can almost tell from the cricket that both Yorkshire batters were playing in that over how well Moore is bowling, both from the quick single very alert to try and pinch any run that is there for the taking. But also that near chop on from Winfield Hill. Very little full from Moore. Just bowling on a length, targeting the bails almost. So very little for both Yorkshire batters to work with at the moment.
Yeah, it's good this from Monaghan and Moore.
I think Surrey, since the power play, will be very happy. Yorkshire 25 for 1 in the 6 overs since the opening power play.
Monaghan just taking her time. And then we'll start this, the 17th over. It's down the leg side. This will be a wide signalled.
And Moore's first over went for 9, so 3 overs outside the power play. We've gone for just 7.
Slightly different here for Surrey from the first game, where they batted first and then defended. And big total on the board, 389 for 9 at Edgbaston. Only ended up winning though by 52 runs. As this will be just helped off a hip by Callis. I think it came off the thigh guard, and Kira Chatley dives. No, a bit of bat on that, so Callis will move on to 10. Kira Chatley was very interesting pre-season in saying that she really wants to empower, I think was the word she used, empower her bowlers to make their own decisions. Sort of tell her what field they want and know exactly how they want to go about their overs and their plans for each player.
So just take a back seat as captain then?
Well, that's...
Put her feet up.
Well, that's short and wide, and Monaghan takes a tumble on her follow through. It's cut away by Winfield Hill. I think it's a balance, isn't it, as much as anything? You want your bowler to know what they want field-wise, but as a captain as well, you might have an idea and just have to persuade your bowler. Overstepped here, did Monaghan, so this will be free hit time. That's the second one of those today from Surrey. So Callis will be on strike for the free hit. Alice Davison-Richards just having a word with Monaghan, and they're going to bring one of the fielders from the cover boundary up to the edge of the circle so they can get another fielder leg side. Free hit for Callis, backs away and drills this down the ground. Good looking shot from Callis, that'll be 4.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Potentially targeting the Yorker, doesn't quite nail it. Ends up serving Callis with the half volley, and that's drilled past mid-off to the long off boundary for 4.
Yeah, very nicely played. Just jumps outside that leg stump and then frees up those arms and hands and then hits it straight back down the ground for 4.
Yeah, clears that front leg, enables her to get her hands through. Actually, the ball was a little bit more leg side than I initially thought. It's a brilliant shot from Callis. A decent over already for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's interesting, is it? Something like that can really get your innings going. That's a good response, though, from Monaghan. And Callis could only defend a good length delivery out into the offside. But sometimes we've seen the inside edge from Callis, and very, very early in her innings. But something like that can just get you going, can't it? Because you know you got that, hence the name free hit. It sort of gives it away in the title. But you can just swing the bat. And she absolutely middled that.
And the flip side is that Monaghan, 3.4 overs into a spell, she's got a lot of very good delivery. She's looked threatening. She had that very close LBW shout to Lauren Winfield Hill earlier on. Callis nearly chopped on. That ran away for 4. But the extras have hurt her. 3 wides, 2 no balls, and the free hits that come with it, which meant that despite looking very threatening, on paper she's now wicketless and going at more than 7 runs and over. And just letting Yorkshire keep the scoreboard ticking. That run rate now up above 5 runs per over.
And they'll be happy with that. As that's well played by Winfield Hill. Again, you can see how late she's trying to play this. And just gets the single away into the offside. One more to the total. But yeah, I think Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with where they find themselves. As you say, yes, going along at just over 5s. And what are we, in the 17th over? So setting a very, very good platform. Final ball of the over, and Callis is playing this solidly up the ground towards mid-on. Bryony Smith doing the fielding up there. So end of the Monaghan over. 2 wickets to go so far. Boyce was the first of those, bowled by Tilly Coleman for 3, and then Hanson caught behind off the bowling of Moore. And I think we are getting a change in bowling now. Down there at the pavilion end, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions, of course. We're up for the test. Let's reach for 0 together, and it'll be Danny Gregory with her leg breaks into the attack. Hugely experienced now is Danny Gregory. Still bowled one of the best balls I've ever seen live. A few years ago here in the, I think it was called the City Cup or the Capital Cup against Middlesex. Bowled the perfect leg break. Pitched outside leg and hit the top of off. And I think it was the first ball of her spell. See James Treadwell there. One of our 2 umpires today. Fine off spinner was James Treadwell for Kent and England.
Former England captain.
James Treadwell, did he skipper England?
He skipped England in a game that was rained off, I think, before a ball was bowled.
His first ball is short from Danny Gregory and punched up in a test match or a one-dayer.
T20I.
Was it?
There is a photo of James Treadwell doing the toss for England, which is the most important thing.
Yes. Great man, James Treadwell. Great man. Very dry sense of humour. Seems to be sort of a Kent trait, that, doesn't it, of that era? As Winfield Hill, that bat raised high in the air. Nicely bowled by Gregory, but again, just pushed into the offside by Winfield Hill. They always say that the really good players, they find singles off good balls.
I was going to say, Yorkshire have run between the wickets really well. It's the 4th or 5th time they've nicked a quick single with a delivery that's ended up pretty close to the fielders, who are really tight in front of square.
So, Callis on 15. Danny Gregory in. Callis will just nudge this one into the leg side. And up doing the fielding there. Monaghan gets the ball in straight over the top of the stumps. Very particular about the start of her approach to the creases, Gregory. Nicely bowled. Just pushed away into the offside by Callis.
Very tidy start this from Gregory.
Yeah. Well, as I say, she's hugely experienced now.
Surrey's leading wicket taker in the One Day Cup last year with 19. The screen's lying to you, by the way.
Yes, yeah, the arrow, yes, and the arrow should be on Callis, because it is Callis on strike. As Callis is forward, elegantly just pushes this away into the offside. Schofield will do the fielding, but this is a tidy first over from Danny Gregory. As final ball of the over, and Callis can only push this straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. So lovely first over from Danny Gregory. Thank you to Yaz. Yaz will be back throughout the day. Mr. Phil Walker is smoothly sliding into the chair. He's looking less smart than I saw him looking in a photo I saw earlier from last night, where he was standing under the portrait of Brian Lara without his shirt on. Brian Lara, not Phil Walker. Good morning to you, Mr. Walker. What have you made of this start?
I like watching this side. There's real variety in the bowling attack. And I have a particular soft spot for Danny Gregory as well. I saw her bowl a fabulous spell here for SC Stars a while back, a few years ago now. I've always kept a watching brief on her. I'm surprised actually that she hasn't featured a little bit more at the top level, but it's a really good and varied attack. First time I've actually seen Maitland Brown this morning. She bowled with a bit of pace. It's a very good addition. It's a very kind of Surrey-like selection as well, to identify someone right on the cusp of the Australian side, but not yet going to be inconvenienced by being in the main setup.
Well, Priyana's Chatterjee is into the attack, and her first delivery just pushed away for a single. So change in bowling sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions.
So where was this photograph kicking around then of me in front of Brian Lara?
Oh, on all the social
social
platforms.
Oh
Yeah.
dear,
Yeah.
that wasn't the intention.
BBC Breakfast News this morning.
Sure.
It's on there as well. Top story. Callis, looks to cut. Beats the edge, beautifully taken by the captain. Behind the stumps, Kira Jatley.
Yeah, it was the Wisdom dinner at Lord's last night.
Good event as always.
It was. It often hinges on who you have on your table. Sometimes it's a bit of a luck of the draw. You can guarantee that I'll be on the outer rims of the event.
Callis. Forward. Nicely bowled by Chatterjee. Quick singles taken to backward point. Throw to the bowler's end. Safely through they go for one more.
So you
Callis under 16.
You have your grandees in the middle, Mark.
Yes, of course.
Your ex-England captains, and your Bloomsbury representatives, and of course Mr. Lawrence Booth, editor of the Almanac, and then it fills out around them like a chorus.
Forward goes Winfield Hill, drives down the ground. It's Bryony Smith doing the fielding.
Yeah, and I'm always on the outer looking in. Who was there last night? Michael Atherton was there.
Yes.
Simon Jones.
Yes.
David Gower.
Yes.
He's there every year. DIG.
Yeah.
Hasib Hamid was there.
Because
who, of course,
he
picked
one
up
of the
one of the awards.
Forward goes Winfield Hill. Just trying to guide that, I think, to the left of backward point, but hit backward point, and there's no run.
And Sir Clive Hubert Lloyd was there as well, enjoying his dinner.
Very nice.
Yeah, just lets the madness just swirl around in these days as the big man.
Yeah. Just going on to leg stump with that delivery. Winfield Hill stands up tall and punches it down the ground to Bryony Smith at long on, and they'll stroll another single. Well, you look very smart.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, she did look very smart.
Yeah, it was a good gig. Enjoyed it.
Oh, here we are. Look, some painting going on now. They're good, those, aren't they? Those sort of long roller paintbrushes, but that's extendable. Because I've seen them sort of been in this week, and they've been doing a bit of that, bit of touching up work. But the excellent thing about what that gentleman's using there is that it's extendable. So if it's an obvious thing to say, Phil Walker, but if that roof was a little higher, he could extend that to get his brush up there. Technical decorating jargon for you. He's got quite a lot of it down him.
I'm getting the sense he's not entirely aware that he's being immortalised on the Surrey live stream.
Absolutely. But you never know. He may watch the highlights tonight as Danny Gregory starts the 20th over. Trying to whip that leg side was Winfield Hill.
She's got fabulous natural leggies action as Gregory, and she's not afraid to aim for the pads, which is a sign of a really good, strong leg spinner who backs herself, doesn't play it safe and throws it outside off stump to a packed offside field, but she's prepared to get it right in on that middle and leg stump see if there's a bit of turn there. She gets in quite close to the stumps as well.
Well, that was just a single, but it was a really good bit of cricket in the fact that it was the googly from Gregory, but Winfield Hill, because she's trying to play as much of it as she can on the back foot, had enough time just to knock it into the leg side and pick up one. Didn't look spectacular, but it was a lovely bit of cricket. Callis is cutting down to backward point.
She'll feel like she missed out there.
Hit
Slightly shorter this time, and there to hit shortish boundary as well, out to the offside towards the school.
She did that in the previous over off Chatterjee as well. Hit backward point, Callis. Shorter, just pushed away by Callis out to the sweeper on the cover rope. Spence out there. They pick up one more. So yes, bit of painting going on today here. It's always busy here. There's always something to look at. There's always something going on inside the ground.
It's always an evolving ground.
Oh, absolutely.
Slightly bittersweet for me, of course, because they used to be my offices up there, Mark.
Oh, of course. As this one's down the leg side. Wide's the signal from James Treadwell. I think they're being turned into corporates, aren't they?
Yeah. And
Is your photo going to be in one of those boxes? The Phil Walker
maybe the one from last night.
corporate mansion? I'm not sure. As this is pushed off the back foot by Winfield Hill. Down towards Davison Richards. The only thing I would say about the picture is they've sort of cut Brian's head off in the picture I saw of you.
Yeah.
So I knew you were at Lord's last night, but it could be that you were, somewhere else and there was a bare-chested man hovering behind you. As this one's pushed by Callis into the leg side. It's a great portrait, that, of Brian Lara.
It is. It's fabulous.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I was actually at Lord's with him a couple of years ago because I've done some work with him in the past, and he did say to me he's never had a six-pack, never had one, never will have one. But the artist was looking kindly upon him, and so he looks quite imperious in that in that painting. Yeah. The range of quality across the artwork at Lord's is remarkable.
Working from the Oval in a British and Irish Lions shirt, well played.
Yeah.
Good series win in Australia last year, of course. British and Irish Lions.
I wouldn't say he's studying what's on his screen there, is he?
He's
More interested in what's playing out in front of him.
Thinking time. Very important. Start the 21st. Nicely bowled by Chatterjee. Beautifully taken again by Kira Chatley. Winfield Hill looking to drive here. Just a little bit of nip. Beats the outside edge, and Chatley, as always. I do have a thing about keepers, Phil Walker.
I know.
Standing up to the medium pacers.
Well, I thought it was an excellent catch to get rid
Yeah,
of
it was,
Johnson
because
earlier.
it bounced as well. As this is pulled from back of a length firmly to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. Good bit of batting again from Winfield Hill. She's locking herself on that back foot. And that boundary will take her to 50. And there you go. Bat raised. Thumbs up first. And then bat raised towards her Yorkshire teammates. But because she's staying on that back foot, that wasn't that short. It was more back of a length. But she obviously can't bat outside the crease because she knows Chatley's stood up. Look how deep that back foot is as she's forward here, Winfield Hill. We'll get a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total. But yet, Chatley is a brilliant keeper. Been blessed with brilliant keepers. Amy Jones, of course. Sarah Taylor. Wow.
So, yeah, I interviewed Sarah Taylor last month, actually, and the podcast version of the interview is coming out tomorrow.
Good. Chatterjee. No ball. Third one that Surrey have bowled. Oh, now, there was a little bit of a mix-up there. Winfield Hill's not happy. Callis sort of said yes. Oh, hang on, just a second there. And almost sold Winfield Hill down the river. As it is, it's the third ball from Surrey in this innings, so this will be another free hit. Now, Callis hit the last Free hit straight down the ground for 4. So yes, so Sarah Taylor's on your podcast.
Yeah, and I spoke to her a couple of weeks after she'd returned home from the UAE when she was involved with the England Lions setup, and obviously that tour was immensely overshadowed.
As down the pitch goes Callis, and 1 bounce for 4. That's a great shot. Lovely footwork from Callis, and straight down the ground for 4. So the 2 free hits she's had, she's hit them both in exactly the same area for 4.
Yeah, natural ball striker, used to opening as well in 20-over cricket, utilising the opening 6. We've seen her open in the 100 as well. Yeah, she's an explosive player, and that was in the slot. No ball, of course, so she was unshackled by it. But yeah, if she hangs around here into the second half of this innings, then you'll see a lot more of that.
How does Chatterjee respond to that? Off the back foot goes Callis, hits backward point again. And there's no run. I would go as far as saying, in Sarah Taylor's era, okay, I would say she was probably definitely in the top 5 of wicket keepers in both men's and women's cricket in the world.
Well, Adam Gilchrist had a top of the tree.
Yeah, but she just so natural in everything she did behind the stumps. As Callis beats backward point.
So we spoke about a number of things. We spoke about her own journey, if you like. She had to step away from cricket, 105 for 2 after 21. She had to step away from cricket relatively early in the piece. She'd only just turned 30. And after that 2017 World Cup win, she only played for another few months, really, and then intermittently before having to step away because the game had just got too much for her. And she said herself she had acute anxiety problems. She had a creeping agoraphobia as well. And the game just became, well, it kind of suffocated her effectively. And she had to step away. And she stepped away actually from, if you like, from public life, from cricketing public life. But she has since re-emerged in recent years. And she says to me,
Start of the 22nd, Gregory.
I like that.
Giving it some air, giving it a chance.
Yep.
And Callis driving out to Spence, sweeping on the cover boundary rope.
Yeah, it's just a tiny bit too full, but the thinking is really good here. It's been an excellent start to this spell from Danny G.
Winfield Hill comes back onto strike on 52. Oh, we got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. We have somebody having a stroll in front of the sight screen. Good view from there. Can't stay there, but it's a great view from there. Forward goes Winfield Hill. Just turns this one up towards Bryony Smith at mid-on.
Yeah, I think it may have been one of our own teammates. Just walking past the bowler's arm. That straightish, long off.
I was relating that my mum, bless her, every game I played in, didn't matter how old I was, as this is cut away by Winfield Hill, down to backward point, and there's no run. Would always, to get a good view, with a little foldable chair, bang in front of the side screen. And then you'd have to go, and then wave, and then wave, and then you'd have to politely ask for her to just move a bit if she didn't mind. It's lovely to see her. It's just looking to work this one leg side. Good over this again from Gregory. Hits the pad of Winfield Hill. Rolls back up the pitch and there's no run.
Yeah, this is excellent stuff. Unerringly accurate. I might be tempted perhaps just to bring one over from the leg side to pack that offside ring, because she's settled into a very good line here.
Yeah, she hasn't actually, to be fair, you wouldn't mind Winfield Hill trying to go leg side because she's going against any turn, unless it's the googly, of course. As she'll get a single here, Winfield Hill.
And that would be around the area, Mark, just around point, maybe cover point, slightly in front of square, split by the boundary rider out there as well, because she's settled into this fifth stump line. But that fielder at kind of a backward point backward point almost, has been quite in the game, and if a yard either side of her and it's going to run away, so maybe just pack that offside a bit more.
That's
Just
it.
in there, right in there.
And they'll pick one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So yes, Sarah Taylor.
Sorry, yes. So she had some time away to get herself together, to rediscover her love for the game in her own time. And slowly she started to re-emerge. She did some coaching work at Bede School down in Sussex. And did some work with the Sussex men's team a few years back, and found that she started to get an appetite for the game back. But it was still quite gentle stuff. And then she got a phone call from a fellow at the ECB called Ed Barney, who is their performance director, effectively.
Just to say, we've got a change in bowling, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. And it's going to be Alice Davison-Richards into the attack for the first time.
Yeah, just going to try and steal a few overs here. A lull in proceedings. Such a key partnership, this, in the context of the Yorkshire lineup. Two gun players here.
The partnership's worth 51, and Davison-Richards immediately goes past the outside edge of Callis's bat.
Yeah.
So the phone call came.
Yeah, and she'd done a bit of work for Manchester Originals with Matty Hurst, who was there, and he had got a lot out of those sessions, keeping sessions that he had with Sarah Taylor. And Matty Hurst had actually said, because he was part of the Lions setup, he'd said to the coaching staff, any chance we could get Sarah on board, to just do a few sessions with us at Loughborough. She got a phone call. We come along.
Short ball from Davison-Richards, cut away by Callis for a single.
So she went along and did a couple of sessions at Loughborough, working with the keepers under Andrew Flintoff, of course, who's now head coach of the Lions, and enjoyed it. And she's in a traffic jam post Loughborough, going back down south, back home, and she gets a phone call and she says, will you come and accompany us on tour? And she hadn't flown for years. She hadn't been able to face that kind of potential anxiety triggering experience, and she said before she could think her way out of it, she said, yeah, I'm in.
Probably the best way, actually, wasn't it, rather than thinking about it for too long, as this one's beating the edge. I think a slower one there, actually, from Davison-Richards, and Winfield Hill was through that a touch early.
And she said to me inwardly she was petrified, but she knew that this was one of these hinge point moments, a sliding doors moment. And she said, yes, I'm in. When do we fly? And she dug deep and got herself there. And she says it's been a transformative experience.
Good. Well, the England senior men's team could do with the wicket keeping. Okay. Now, well bowled again. Oh, no, I think that might be a bit harsh, actually, because Davison-Richards has stuck it in the pitch and it's just held a touch. And again, I think she took the pace off it. So Winfield Hill was waiting and waiting and waiting for it, and then jumped and missed it. But wide's the signal. Interesting first four deliveries here from Davison-Richards. Hits a good length. Won't get a run. Winfield Hill. No, she just, you see keepers and they are naturals. Absolutely. It's the feet and the hands. And the interesting thing, who was it I was chatting to? Might have been Jack, of course, Jack Russell. You watch the feet. You tend to watch the hands, but watch the feet. And Chatley there is just a brilliant keeper now. That's a nice looking shot from Winfield Hill, and that's going to be four. Really nicely played by Lauren Winfield Hill. Didn't try to overhit it, and gets it to the right of the mid-off, and away for four. Lovely shot.
Yeah, she's looked in complete control. Pedigree player, of course, Lauren Winfield Hill. As you said, Mark, earlier, she does tend to classic kind of northern style. Sits on the back foot, waits for it. She's a born opener. It's
all those quick pitches up there. That's
yeah,
wide from Davison Richards and signal wide.
as you say, when it's thrown up there, it's a longish half volley. She just leans on it, transfers the weight through the ball. Been a technically very, very proficient knock so far. She's got away early against the left arm spinners early on. Played Brown as well comfortably enough from the crease.
For the Yorker, there's Davison Richards, dug out by Winfield Hill. End of Alice Davison Richards' first over. And there, the ground looking gorgeous. Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Of course, the dressing rooms now. So the Surrey Women's home team dressing room.
Yeah, so there is a bit of drizzle, I'm afraid, Mark.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Those black sight screens.
Oh, look at the ground staff go.
And off they go.
I think this has surprised everybody, including the ground staff, because we're having this is like the Olympics with the ground staff at the moment. Look at them go. Oh, off go the players, but it's the ground staff. Look at them go. So they've sped off to get the big sheet.
Didn't see Big Lee.
No, but no sign of Lee Fortis with that sprint.
No.
But we might get the joy of the great man holding the rope again and looking like he's actually swinging the tractor round that's on the end of it, which is well, there we are. The ground staff are out there now. So what they'll do is they'll put that mat down over the actual pitch, and then the ground staff will bring out the big sheet that will go across. But that's come from nowhere. I said earlier it was cloudy and a bit gloomy, but I didn't think there was a threat of rain today. Maybe it's just a shower, although it has filled in a touch.
Yeah,
here in South London.
I was looking this morning and contrasting forecasts, but the one that I tend to trust the most did suggest that there was going to be
the one out the window.
Yeah, a squally bit or two around about now.
Yeah, we've had a bit of that, this sort of squally stuff. In the men's game, there was an extraordinary little passage where it was raining at the pavilion end, but it seemed dry at this Vauxhall end, and the sun was out. But this is actually raining everywhere, so you can see the big sheet being taken out there. Those pigeons have had to move because they were in the line of fire for the big sheet, but 23 overs gone, 115 for 2. And
yeah, on as even, Mark, I would say,
I
really.
would say.
It's been slightly cat and mouse kind of innings up until now. That early wicket set Yorkshire back. I thought Jess Jonathan looked slightly out of rhythm. Mm-hmm. Ate up quite a few dot balls before nicking off. Beautiful off break by Moore, and fabulously taken, as we were saying, by Chatley behind the stumps. And LWH has just been, as you come to expect, a class apart, really.
Well, there is the card. So Boyce was the first to go, bowled by Courtine Coleman for 3. And then, as Phil was saying, Moore picking up the second wicket. And there's the bowling figures.
Yeah, seven bowlers tried already. For me, the pick of it's been the 3 spinners really. Courtine Coleman, who's now I think ensconced with that new ball. She does it so well, mixes up her pace, really can fire in those darts as you saw early on. Delightful delivery to get rid of Jonathan by Moore, and Danny Gregory, a leggy that I could watch all day.
We'll talk about this more, I'm sure. Just your thought. I heard Yaz and Cam talk about it, but just your thoughts on. So no England players, because they're having another match against themselves at Loughborough. They've had a few of those. Just your thoughts on that. It seems a shame that we're into the second round of the Metro Bank, and your England names aren't available because they're getting their plans in place for the World T20.
They will have their theories, they will have their reasons. To me, it's just over-engineering a situation that doesn't require it. If you have sat on your hands for much of the winter, as a lot of these players have, I remember I was talking to a very prominent England player in the pub, actually, a few weeks ago.
Unlike you.
On a Friday night. And
you're normally in the library.
I gravitate from one to the other, and she was saying, "I'm just desperate to play."
Yeah, well, this is my
just
point.
Desperate for a hit.
I'll go a bit stronger than that. I think it's a complete and utter nonsense.
Yeah.
I really do, because the best place you can be is playing in a game of cricket. Best place you can be is playing proper cricket. Now, it's all well and good playing games against each other, but we were reminiscing. You're too young, but I remember the old, and this was fun. I remember the old tri-series when it was England, Australia A, and Australia, and the final was always Australia A against Australia because England had got locked out. But look, they should be here and they should be playing,
of course.
And if you want to, how long did they go to South Africa or wherever they went for? I don't know. We'll stay a bit longer there and then come back, because they'd be better off playing in this. How many plans do you need for a T20 World Cup? How many plans do you need? You need your plans. I get that bit, but it's months away, isn't it? Well, we've got 2 months till it gets cracking.
Yeah, it seems nonsensical to us. It would be useful to actually get an explanation from the Brains Trust. But yeah, not only does it deprive the players of active, real pressure cricket, deprives the punters of seeing them as well.
The key thing.
We are trying to get this domestic structure really off the ground, trying to establish it as part of the ecosystem of the English game. And if you are already undermining it by removing the so-called best 20-odd players, 22 players, then you are saying there's a disconnect there, and that in itself is problematic. But I just think from a player's point of view, you want to be playing. You don't want a glorified net. Less than 2 months out from this tournament.
Yeah.
It's time to really get sharpened up, get overs in the legs, get runs under your belt in pressure situations. It's over-engineered, but then that's the nature of modern sport up to a point. Anyway, look, as more covers come on, Mark,
yes,
I think we might have to return to this debate.
Yeah, that's if you had listened to what I said we will get back to this later. But I just wanted a little opinion from you there. Yeah. I don't want to be the only grumpy old bloke.
I think there'll be more to be said on this issue.
Yeah, there certainly will be. But unfortunately, as you can see, we've got rain and it's filled in now. Yeah. I'm not sure. This could be a fairly lengthy break, I think, because it has filled in now, and you can see over the back of Archbishop Tennyson's school buildings are disappearing in the gloom. So, unfortunately, rain has stopped play with Yorkshire, 115 for 2, after being stuck in by Surrey after 23 overs. So, we'll leave you on the comms for the time being. But, of course, we'll be back with you as soon as the cricket restarts here on the Surrey live stream.
Vitality Glass T20 Cricket is back at the Kia Oval this summer, and early bird tickets are available now. With 8 fixtures across June and July, there's something for everyone, including the unmissable London Derby between Surrey and Middlesex, the return of our very popular Family Day, as well as Retro Nights. Tickets start at just £27 for adults, and under 16 tickets are just £1. So for the best possible prices, get your tickets today at kiaoval.com. And the Women's Vitality Blast will conclude with finals day here at the Kia Oval once again, this year on Friday the 17th of July. Finals day will see the top 4 sides from the group stages progress, with 2 semi-finals taking place ahead of the final later in the day. Tickets are available at kiaoval.com. They start at just £20 for adults and £1 for juniors. Don't miss a historic day at the Kia Oval. Join us for Vitality Blast Women's Finals Day on Friday, 17th of July. So some good news, presuming we have no further rain. We'll have a restart at 12:40, so just under 20 minutes time. 12:40 restart, and we lost no overs, so good news all round. Presuming we have no more rain, a 12:40 restart with no overs lost. hampered from the return of the rain. That 12:40 restart now not possible. We will of course keep you updated with any official news when we receive it once the rain has stopped. But for now, I'm afraid a further delay to the start. So a new restart time for you. 1:20 p.m. Presuming we have no further rain, but things are looking brighter in the distance. So fingers crossed for a 1:20 restart. Match has been shortened to 44 overs per side. 44 overs per side, with a restart at 1:20 p.m. Presuming there is no further rain. So if you missed the earlier announcement, we're all set for a 1:20 p.m. restart. The match has been reduced to 44 overs per side. So 1:20 for the restart in just over 5 minutes' time, and the match now is 44 over per side there. With that reduction in overs, as an update to the maximum number of overs that each bowler can bowl, that will now be 4 bowlers with a maximum of 9 overs and 1 bowler with a maximum of 8.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream. And as you can see, some excellent news. The rain has stopped, the sun's come out, and the players are getting back out there. Now, the first thing to tell you is this game has been reduced to 44 overs per side. So, Yorkshire have had 23 of their 44, 115 for 2 when the rain came, with Lauren Winfield Hill 57 not out, and Steer Callis 25 not out. Surrey winning the toss this morning, bowling first. You can see them there with Kira Chatley, the captain, in the helmet, keeping, of course, having a chat with the Surrey players in a huddle. Our umpires are making their way back out into the middle in bright sunshine now, blue sky, sun's out. But from a Yorkshire point of view now, having not reached halfway with their 50 overs, they're past halfway now on the 44. So they may just have to change tactic a bit here. 21 overs remaining. And there are Winfield Hill and Callis. But the ground's an absolute picture now. It did rain very heavily. And then the rain stopped and the ground staff doing a tremendous job as always, getting us ready to go again. And reduced to 44 overs a side. Those wickets to fall. Georgie Boyce bowled by Courtine Coleman for 3. And Johansson bowled, well, caught behind off the bowling of Kalia Moore by Kira Chatley for 13. Phil Walker is alongside, as he was when the rain came. But Mr. Walker, now it's an absolutely glorious afternoon here.
Yeah, it is. It caught us a bit by surprise. Then it threatened to clear off, and then it came back again. But now it's gone. We've only lost, 4 overs, Mark? Is that right?
Yeah,
No,
6
overs.
overs. I was just saying, though, from a Yorkshire perspective, you're sort of thinking, right, great, 50 overs, we're not halfway yet, we're nicely placed. Now they're over halfway.
Yeah.
They've only got the 21 to go, so it'll be interesting to see if their tactics change in any manner here. It's going to be Tilly Courtine-Coleman to get us started. Bowled very nicely her first 4 overs from that pavilion end. And first ball after the break, she's coming left arm around the wicket. There's a little bit of turn there and bounce, and Winfield Hill having nothing to do with that at all. Just lets it go into the gloves of Kira Chatley. There's quite a strong breeze going across the ground, which at least is blowing the clouds away. Good drying breeze, I think they say, in these conditions. Callie's just pushing that one away into the offside. So, well, let's keep everything crossed. That's it for rain breaks today. That's nicely bowled. Beats the edge of Callis's bat. Lovely bit of bowling from Courtine-Coleman.
Yeah, she was impressive just in those 4 overs first up this morning. Varies her pace very nicely indeed. I thought actually Winfield Hill played her adeptly from the crease.
That one's tossed up. Callis just pushes it away out through the covers, and they will get a single. First run after the break.
Yeah. It's been a good start this, because she's held it back a little bit. Not been afraid to give it a bit of air, dropping it on that length, and the more of that the better, I feel. Trying to entice the big shot.
Left arm around the wicket she comes. Winfield Hill, good running. Just pops it into the offside. Schofield coming up from the edge of the circle, and Callis responding to the call. Well, she's got the most perfect left arm spinner's action.
She does. I was just thinking exactly that, Mark.
I do love a left arm spinner. As in again she comes, and this is cut away by Callis. Will get a single out there to Spence, sweeping on the boundary rope. So that's the first over after the rain break completed. 118 for 2. So a couple of wickets to go this morning. And the first of those was, well, this is a little bit of those wickets falling, and that was a little unlucky for Boyce. Off the pad and back onto the stumps, and then that was a great catch. It really was. And Johannes caught behind, and nice bit of bowling that from Kalia Moore. Good catch from Kira Chatley, and bit of bounce as well. So those 2 wickets that have fallen so far, and it'll be Matlin Brown back into the attack.
Yeah, good move for me. These 2 opened up and first thing this morning, and she has pace and she has a bit of zip as well. And I think with a pitch which has been juiced up a bit, enlivened from the rain, it's a good move to get her right back in, because these 2 are the key, really. These are the pedigree players in this side. Well, if you can break this partnership, then you're into a middle order that's not quite as strong as these 2.
And they've got a slip in as well straight away in Bryony Smith. So the first ball of the over just worked down to Danny Gregory there, and they get the single. So Winfield Hill comes back on to strike once again. But amazing, really. We've now got blue sky, white fluffy cloud, bit of sun.
It's called weather, Mark.
Yes, yes, I'd prefer it just stayed blue sky, white fluffy cloud and sun, as this is punched off the back foot by Winfield Hill. It's good work in the covers.
Yeah, she almost overran it there, didn't she? Schofield in it extra, reacted well to the spin.
It's cricket season. You know, winter's the time for rain and cold weather. Phil Walker. Not now we've got cricket. Winfield Hill pushes off the back foot out towards cover point. We'll get a single on this occasion. Winfield Hill moves on to 59. Oh dear, Callis took a tumble there as well. Everyone's falling
she had
over.
To, because it was an errant throw and it almost took her out. She had to dive for cover.
I just caught a glimpse of Callis rolling across the floor there. Callis 28 from 42 deliveries. played a couple of really good shots down the ground off free hits. Callis, nice looking on drive, but won't get a single. So it's a good start this from Surrey after the rain break. But as I say, there is a very strong breeze going across the ground. You can see the flags on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion and see how strong that breeze is. I do like the move as well of having Bryony Smith in at slip. As that's a nice looking shot from Callis. That makes a lovely sound off the bat. That'll race away for 4. It's a lovely touch shot that from Callis. And as I say, it made a lovely sound off her bat. And it's absolutely flown down to the boundary rope for 4. That's pure timing.
Yeah. Shot of the day for me.
One of those lovely ones for Callis where she wouldn't have even felt it. Just straight out the middle. Using a bit of pace. Perfect timing. And our first boundary after the rain break. Drives again. That's a nice sounding shot once more, but it'll just be the single this time. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. End of the over, 125 for 2. And I am going to make way, Phil Walker, for the ECB Young Journalist of the Year, Mr. Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, he slipped in there with a couple of months to go, did Cameron. He's given it a damn good go over the years.
All I'd say, I'm looking forward to when they do the Old Journalist of the Year award.
That doesn't seem to play out, does it, Mark? For some reason.
You'll be a shoo-in for that, Phil.
I think I'm somewhere in between, you know. I'm in the pointless middle-aged category. You can't get a life achievement, and you certainly...
You can do that one. The pointless middle-aged journalist of the year.
That I would walk away with. You're absolutely right. Right. Courtine Coleman to resume. Good. She's got such natural feel for a game of cricket. She's come out after this break and tossed it above the eye line and said, come and get me, whereas with the new ball first up, she was very deliberately flat, darts fired in on the pads, and again tossed up. This time just a bit too short, chopped away. It's only, 45 yards probably down to that boundary behind square on the offside to the right-hander. I said it before the break, I would be very tempted to bring another one over into that slot on the offside. To 2 right-handers with a left-arm round spinner turning it away from the right-handers, I would definitely be tempted to bring someone across, maybe from square leg, because this is where she is bowling. This is what Danny Gregory was able to do as well. Hit that line, that 5th stump line, bring someone else over, force the change of angle, force the change of approach, encourage the cross-bat shot. Because this is where she's bowling and this is where she's being milked, right in that slot there.
Winfield Hill. I was wondering when they were off for rain whether Winfield Hill would have been quite happy with that. On the money again. 56 not out of the oval. You've had your turn. We can all go home now.
I think you take every single last chance of a bat here. She started the season strongly, actually, as Winfield Hill made runs last week as well. The side itself misfired, but she looked in good nick. She's looked excellent today. Just keeps on rolling, doesn't she now? Mid-30s. Done it all in the game, of course.
So 26 overs gone. 131 for 2. Yorkshire well set here. They'll consider themselves to have another 8 to 10 overs of passing it around. Let's have a look at Courtine Coleman's opening spell.
4 overs, 1 for 15, I think it was, yeah. I love the body she gets into. Just look at this action here, the way that the left side really comes right through the crease. pirouettes on that front foot and really drives the left hip through. That's what you encourage spinners to do. That's when they get that purchase off the pitch. She's got fabulous natural action.
Short from Maitland-Brown and quick. An appeal and given. I don't think Winfield Hill likes it.
She certainly doesn't. Look at that for a reaction. She is cranky as hell here, is Winfield Hill, and she is not happy at all. I'm not sure if... She's still remonstrating. Yeah. I fear that there might be a word in her shell-like at the end of the day from the match referee. I can understand perhaps her frustration. To the naked eye, it looked like she may have played and missed rather than got a feather on it, but that doesn't excuse the reaction. It looks like it's off the shoulder to me, Cameron, but perhaps we can see better here.
I wondered if it even glanced the helmet on the way through.
Yes, it does. You're right. Yeah. Bottom of the helmet. There wasn't much really either from Maitland-Brown or from Chatterley behind the stumps. A relatively subdued inquiry. Almost the sense that they were as surprised as the batter herself. Anyway, let's have a look. Just one more time. I think you were right, Cameron. Just the bottom part of the grill. Yeah. Clearly the gloves are below the flight path of the ball, but she has to go. And the upshot is that Yorkshire are 3 down now for 131.
Maddie Ward comes to the crease. 21 years old. Made 19 against Somerset in the opening round. That's a big wicket for both parties. A slip comes in. Yorkshire's well-set batter, senior batter, captain. And now the umpires are going to have a little chat as well, just having a look at the ball.
One thing you can say, it was a brute of a delivery, and it came out of nowhere, really. First out-and-out bouncer that Brown has tried into her 7th over, and it certainly caught Winfield Hill unawares.
What do you think they're chatting about here? Is this related to the remonstration?
I don't think it can be. The decision has been made. Clouds are swirling, but no imminent threat that we can see.
I think we might be about to see something
Are they calling
potentially
her back?
remarkable.
They are signalling something on the... They can't call her back, Cameron. So if the wicketkeeper and skipper, Chatterley, is now speaking to the umpire, that's the only possible way that Winfield Hill can be recalled. Surely that would be... Well, so perhaps the square leg umpire has decided to take it upon himself to discuss matters with the standing umpire at the bowler's end. And the ball is now back in the hands of the bowler.
So where's Maddie Ward going here? Is she going to face the ball, or...?
Maddie Ward is in deep discussion with the square leg umpire. James Treadwell is now talking with both batters here, and there's an announcement.
Well, if you're wondering why there's a bit of dead air at the moment, it's because we're not quite sure what's happening either. Maitland-Brown's now chatting with the standing umpire. Everyone seems a bit happier now. Stair Callis is coming back to the non-striker's end.
Apart from Lauren Winfield Hill. So, ultimately, nothing's happened. It would seem. It was prompted by the umpires from what we saw there. That was a conversation instigated by them.
Ward off
The
mark.
only way that we could have seen Winfield Hill brought back on to the pitch is if the appeal had been withdrawn. But as far as we could see, the skipper and keeper, who obviously took the catch, had not instigated that conversation.
Well, what I'm hearing from the back of the box, one of the hypotheses that is being spread. Well, there's another one.
And that one is more definitive. So, a controversial over, but the upshot is 2 in 3 deliveries. And Maitland Brown is changing the game here, turning it on its head.
That one definitely has been caught behind. Callis didn't like it, but I think that was more frustration than anything. So 2 in 3 balls here. Both set batters gone. The game has swung in Surrey's favour. We'll see the replay here, then we'll go back to what was happening just beforehand. This time, just edged behind. Brown doesn't appeal again, this time through celebration rather than anything else.
Yeah, it's well bowled again. That nip that we were talking about on a pitch that has been juiced up from the rain. It's well bowled. It's been a fabulous over. In isolation, 2 very, very good deliveries. We'll have to ask umpire Treadwell after this innings what the conversation was about. He may tell us to mind our own, of course. But it's a question that does need asking. Confusion reigns, but the upshot is that Yorkshire, having been going along swimmingly, are now 1-3-2 for 4 with 2 new batters at the crease.
So the theory being put forward here was whether the dismissal had been shown on the big screen as Winfield Hill was leaving. I must admit, I didn't see that myself.
I didn't see that either.
But whether that then sparked a conversation of, hang on, has that missed the bat? Whatever happened...
Square leg umpire would have had a clear view of the height at which that ball passed the body.
Well, we have breaking news coming through in live time. Surrey will get a 5-run start when they bat due to a disciplinary issue. So, effectively, Yorkshire have been penalised 5 runs for Winfield Hill's remonstrations, and that would have been the conversation. Maitland Brown in again for Campbell's first ball. Short again, and goodness me, it's slashed away. It doesn't quite reach the boundary. Well fielded in the deep, but that was aerial as well. Backward point was in the game.
It's all happening here. So, there you go. That was what the discussion was about. It was not about the dismissal itself, but the reaction afterwards, which, as we said at the time, is likely to get Winfield Hill in a bit of bother.
All the action and all the information is coming in this over. So it's been reported, to use my legalese, that there may have been a third umpire's gesture from an alleged player as they walked off. And there is no third umpire. Anyway, 5 penalty runs is the result of it all.
Whew. Another one ticks by. What an over. So, we try and just get ourselves together here. It was not on the big screen, that is for sure. So, this had nothing to do with the correctness or otherwise of the decision itself. It's all about the reaction. Lauren Winfield Hill remonstrating with the umpire, gesturing to the umpire at the bowler's end that she was distinctly unimpressed with the decision, and trying to peel herself off the pitch, turned round again and offered a few more thoughts mid-pitch, and the umpires have got together and deemed that to be unacceptable behaviour, and thus Surrey will start their innings 5 for no loss.
More back into this act. We have a change of bowling, which leads me to my favourite part of the day. Bowling changes here at Surrey, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Let's bat for sustainability together.
Well. Intention's pretty clear with that. Wahoo. Slightly fortunate to get away with it.
I've got two things for you, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
One, this is the second time we've seen Moore brought into the attack shortly after a left-hander has come to the crease. And second, in a slightly dark-humoured way, do you reckon Lauren Winfield Hill has now had to have a concussion test on top of her dismissal? It's not a great 2 minutes for her.
Well, as long as no one in the box is doing a podcast with her tomorrow.
I was going to say, she's going to be around loads now.
Yeah.
Tidy start to begin with by Moore.
It's a really varied, diverse bowling attack. Loads of options. Left arm spin, right arm orthodox, a leggy, a quick, a couple of medium paces.
Well fielded at cover.
Feel like there's a long one there though. They've turned down. Need to pick up everything that's available here. These overs will tick by before they know it.
And another dot ball. So just 2 runs off Moore's first over back into the attack. Very tidy figures for the off spinner so far. 1 for 17 off 5. After 28 overs, Yorkshire 135 for 4. There's just so much information and gossip swirling around the oval at the moment. It's the live journalism ethics course in action. Right, but when it's all come out in the wash, Yorkshire have 2 new batters at the crease, both on 2 runs. Maitland Brown has the ball in hand. Slips back in place for Surrey, and they sense an opportunity now. Can they rattle through this Yorkshire middle order?
It's good again. She's been excellent post the rain break. It's a really good signing, you feel. They'll have her available for the season. She's not going to be pulled out by Cricket Australia, you wouldn't have thought. She's got experience of bowling in English conditions as well. Just a very, very canny Surrey-like signing, this. And she's changed the tempo and complexion of this match.
So we have some more news to report. So we think the 5-run penalty has come as the result of a second level 1 offence. So Winfield Hill got the first level 1 offence for remonstrating on her way off, and the second one for shouting once she got back into the dressing room. And so when it's the 2 offences together, that leads to the penalty runs. We're pretty confident that's how it's all worked out. Short again from Brown, wide ball given.
You can understand her frustration, which is not to excuse the reaction.
Always all action here at the Kia Oval. Pushed into the gap. Should just be 1. Chatterjee just does the fielding. I've forgotten how to speak, which isn't ideal at this moment in time.
Have some water, Cameron.
I might do exactly that. Stop me from speaking. If you have any thoughts, any recollections of previous memories of the game, of things you want to get in touch with us about, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We're open to all emails of all sorts here. I've had some water. failed immediately.
You're just a bit flustered, aren't you, Cam? You weren't expecting this kind of
I'm always flustered.
scandal and controversy.
Tucked into the leg side, no run.
It's been a really good start post the break. 6-3 offside field. They're going for the jugular here. Slip in. Catcher on just behind square on the offside as well. They're just putting a fielder out now to cut off that square drive, square cut region. Bringing another one over into the onside just to protect this over, in effect. Just 3 from it. Get out of the over without conceding a boundary in an ideal situation here. So now 4 fielders on the rope. Very good indeed.
Another over. Ticks by. Yorkshire 138 for 4 after 29. You see that Wasp prediction. When it was Callis and Winfield Hill at the crease, Yorkshire's predicted score was up around 260. Those 2 wickets have dropped the score right down to 234. Moore is going to continue from the pavilion end. Umpire James Treadwell and former captain Bryony Smith just having a little chat. And these are nice overs to bowl now for Moore and Surrey. Yorkshire just having to sit tight for a little while to get themselves back into this game. Hit up towards long on and dropped. Davidson Richards, the guilty party in the deep.
Yeah, it was there to take. She made good ground. It was hit quite hard and flat. Would have been a good one. Mindful of the rope as well. But she's got good hands as ADR. She'll be frustrated with that.
Amy Campbell's been very attacking against the spin so far. That's good running from Yorkshire. Drops into the leg side. We'll see how Campbell goes about it on this occasion. We've seen her run down the track twice to Moore. Here's that missed opportunity, just prevented from going over the rope on the second occasion.
This is how Campbell's going to play, though. We've seen her go after Moore a couple of times now. Not got her away yet, but the intentions are clear.
Down the track again. A good hand from Moore. Prevents a potential boundary. Davidson Richards in the game again. That long on is going to keep coming to her. As you mentioned, Phil. Campbell running down the track, looking to hit straight. Against Ward, both mid-on and mid-off are in the ring. Well, just having a potential fiddle with the field. Yep, long on's going to drop out. Just 3 runs off this over. Happy to get this ball full and tap down the ground for 1. Or appeal for caught behind, no. But a bit of pad involved. So it's a dot ball, end of the over. Just 3 runs from the 30th.
The squeeze is on here, Cam. The squeeze is on in these middle overs now. Yorkshire just can't get it away. Just 1 boundary since the resumption. A fabulous back cut from Callis. But aside from that, Surrey have just applied the clamp on this innings.
So Maitland Brown to bowl her 9th. We'll have to check. I assume this will be her last as well, because we're down to 44 overs. on the money straight away.
She's going to bowl through then here. Maitland Brown. As well she might.
Down the ground again and walloped through the offside. Amy Campbell's come out with a very clear game plan. She's going to run at whoever's bowling to her. On 2 occasions she got away with it, and this time she capitalised. 4 runs through the offside.
Yeah, it was good thinking, really. Just to give herself a tiny bit of room, knowing that the space is available. In fact, it's no longer because Riley Smith's going into extra, but yeah, it's good thinking, good batting. And Shackles slightly released, and they need more of that.
Oh, goodness me, there was a very loud bang there, which scared all the pigeons in front of us and Phil Walker to my right.
That really did. I thought I'd imagined that. Did everyone hear that? I thought that was just on my headset. Just those voices in my head again, but no, right. What's happened here? Pigeons are back. Hardy Souls.
Down the ground and fielded off her own bowling by Maitland Brown. I mean, I don't know if impressed is quite the right word, but I've seen batters pull away for less. An enormous clatter from behind the bowler's arm. Amy Campbell still locked in. I can now see people lurking below us to investigate. I reckon a ladder's fallen down. Short again, pull. That's a brilliant shot, but it'll just be 1 run.
Yeah, our producer and assistant producer are trying to figure out what's collapsed on the gantry just in front of us. Maybe it was heard more by us than by the players out there. We'll get our own 5-run penalty if we're not careful.
Another dot ball to finish for Maitland Brown. Yorkshire 146 for 4. Campbell looking to get a move on. Ward still finding her feet at the crease. She's 4 of 14. And that will be Maitland Brown's lot. 9 overs, 2 for 40 for the Aussie overseas. I think she had a couple of misfields off her bowling at the start of the innings, so ahead. 9 overs, 2 for 32. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Oh, change of bowling powered here by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. It's going to be the leg spin of Danny Gregory coming into the attack. 3 overs so far, just the 8 runs conceded. That's short to begin with. And has she found the player in the deep? No. Tougher chance than the one presented to Davidson Richards. But 4 nonetheless. I believe it's Jemima Spence out in the deep.
It was, yeah, and she was just slightly on her heels. I think she maybe misjudged the flight initially and then had to throw herself forward. I think it did just carry. Would have been a screamer.
Short again, this time pulled straight. It'll be on Maddie Ward to get back for 2. Yes, is the call. Well, I think Amy Campbell was fancying this little matchup. It's not the biggest of it down towards long on where the dugout cuts across the outfield.
Give it a bit of air. Nicely done.
On the money that time from Gregory.
Yeah, she's ticking here, isn't she, Amy Campbell? And I wonder if Gregory just fancies tossing one right up there, tempting her, eyeing up that boundary over cow.
Still a dot ball. I don't think Amy Campbell will mind that didn't quite sneak past cover. She's quite happy to settle in here against Gregory and take her on. Down the ground again. They run a quick single. Direct hit. Would have been trouble. I think it was a little bit running on the shot there. Nailed it up to mid-off and went, well, that deserves a run. 7 off the over so far. Maddie Ward on strike. Three fielders out in the deep on the leg side. 4-5 field. So Gregory will be looking to bowl straight on the money to finish. After 32 overs, it's 153 for 4. And after 32 overs, Phil Walker is going to be on his way, replaced by Yaz Rana. I just recalled seeing there Amy Campbell peering off over to the leg side as Danny Gregory was preparing to bowl. And it reminded me of interviewing Jeremy Snape, he of the Moonball fame, years ago. And he'd talk about how when he was playing in a T20 match or a one-day game, he'd finish his action, he'd bowl, and then he'd always walk back to his mark backwards. So he could always see where the batter was kind of subconsciously peering towards to get into their brain. Right, another change of bowling here, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Priyansh Chatterjee is going to be back into the attack. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. She had a tidy first over. I think just 3 runs conceded, but then a no ball in her second over. And the free hit led to some runs being scored. Just playing around with the field here. We've got fielders in the deep from long off all the way around to cow corner. Easy one for Amy Campbell.
The Wisden Women's Cricket Weekly podcast is always a great listen to, Cam.
Naturally.
And I think tomorrow's episode, where Phil is in the studio with Lauren, will be an extra specially good one.
Goodness me. I always think it's harsh when people get disciplined after they've left the field of play and are in the sanctuary of their dressing room, as it were. I think that's kind of sacred ground. You can kind of do as you please there. Another dot ball for Ward. 4 off 16 now.
This pair have brought some much needed calm to proceedings. Brown dismissing the 2 set batters, Winford Hill controversially first, but then Stair Callis was going nicely on 38-2. Yorkshire were in danger of falling apart there, losing their 2 set batters in quick succession, but his partnership now worth 22.
It's a beautiful shot from Ward. A shot out of necessity as much as innovation. She was building the dot balls and she knows what Chatterjee's going to try and do. She's trying to bowl full, she's trying to bowl straight, to put the emphasis on the Yorkshire batters to take the risk. And Ward does take the risk and just paddles the ball round the corner for 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot. Wasn't that leg side delivery? Ward moved across well outside off stump and uses the pace, and it prompts a field change for Surrey. They're protecting that shorter fine leg boundary down towards the bed to stand.
We've seen fields of this pattern a lot this match. 4-5 fields where they're stacking the leg side. Misfield at cover will allow a single. It basically presents quite a simple game plan, which is keep the stumps in play, and if the batters aren't able to muscle you over that leg side, it's very hard to get the scoring rate particularly high. Amy Campbell, left-hander on strike now. Compared to Ward, where a lot of the Foundry fielders were behind square, a more powerful player, long off and long on in place. Out. Simple as that. Chipped to cover, Maitland Brown takes a simple catch, and Chatterjee has her first of the season.
Yeah, slightly soft dismissal from Campbell, and you'd say that wicket's come at a really not nice time for Yorkshire. Campbell was going nicely, 18 off 20. He's attacking the spinners well. And just as Yorkshire got some momentum back after the double blow of losing Winfield Hill and Callis in quick succession, they lose another, 159 for 5.
I think Campbell's just gesturing that. It was a bit of a cutter from Chatterjee, just held up in the wicket slightly. But compared to the previous deliveries we've seen Campbell playing, where you had a full swing of the bat and a really kind of quite vicious swing, trying to hit the ball through field as much as over them. It was a slightly tame way to go, and you can see her disappointment. Experienced player. And that'll be a shame for Yorkshire, because Maddie Ward just might have started ticking with that boundary, and if she was able to help Campbell along the way, you see Yorkshire getting up to 220, 230 and beyond.
I think Maddie Ward just gesturing to the new batter, Erin Thomas, exactly what we said for the dismissal, that Chatterjee rolled her fingers alongside the ball. Be aware of the cutter.
So now we've got a new batter at the crease. And fielders are running around everywhere. New plans are afoot. 4 fielders out in the deep again. But same as to Maddie Ward, they've got mid-off and mid-on in the ring. So the sweepers are square of the wicket and behind square. End of the over. And a successful one for Surrey and Chatterjee. After 33 overs, it's 159 for 5. And let's have a look at 2 of those wickets. 2 wickets for Maitland Brown. She really had the double blow that changed this game. She bowled at good pace. This was her opening spell where she was beating the bat regularly. And that was the first dismissal. One that wasn't well received by Lauren Winfield Hill. And that one wasn't well received by Stair Callis either, for different reasons. We'll have Danny Gregory continue from the pavilion end. And 2 right-handers at the crease now, which she'll be more pleased about. She's able to use that bigger leg side boundary to her advantage. Still 4-5. So the reverse sweep is on if Ward wishes to use it. We know she likes to paddle. We saw that last over, but there is a deep fine leg in place. Mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. Ooh, dropped. Would have been a good one. But Gregory falling away to her right. And there was a late change to the field there. Despite the stage of the game room with only 11 overs left, there are only 3 fielders out on the boundary when there could be 4. Full toss. Struck back down the ground.
Yeah, tough chance.
It's down the leg side. It won't go all the way to the boundary. Moore is in to sweep up. Just the 1 run, leg buys.
Brings Thomas back on strike, facing Gregory for the first time. 19 years old, played a bit of cricket for England under 19s. And a starring hand in the One Day Cup League 2 final last year, opening the batting with Lauren Winfield Hill. Thomas hit 62 off 32 not out, opening the batting. There's Yorkshire. Beat Glamorgan comfortably, chasing down 128 in just 11.2 overs. Really tidy spell this from Gregory. We're very impressed by Surrey's control of length in particular today. Very little loose, very little short. Bowled to their fields well.
Swept into the leg side. That'd be 1 run. I've noticed a quirk of Danny Gregory's kind of load up, which is quite counterintuitive, but it must be just a product of habit. She's obviously a leg spinner, but her warm-up spinning of the ball is an off-spinner. She clicks the ball in her fingers and then sets it ready to bowl a leggy.
I wonder if we can get a zoom in on that. Yeah, let's have a look.
Treadwell's in the way. There we go. Well, you kind of half saw it there. We'll have to wait for the next over one out to cover point. So 34 overs gone. Just 10 overs remaining here at the Keir Oval for Yorkshire's innings. The score is 162 for 5. And Rana looked at me sceptically. He reckons it's a leggy that Greg is warming up with, which would make more sense.
It would make a lot more sense.
Well, I tell you what,
I
you've got 5 minutes to wait and find out.
I don't think you're lying, but I think that particular delivery was a leggy.
Well, it wouldn't be a lie I'd shoot for, really. It wouldn't be the scandal I'd aim to break. Right, Chatterjee to continue. She's on the board after her wicket in the last over. We're just seeing, is the field going to change to what it was before for Maddie Ward? Yes. So it looks like a fine leg is going in place inside the ring. So if Ward still wants to play that scoop, there's a fair chance she'll be able to beat the fielder in the ring. She won't be able to anymore because she's dropped out to the boundary. Top ball. Simple plans for Surrey at the moment. Ball full. Add off stump. And try and build the dot ball pressure. Make Ward have to take a risk to score her runs.
It's quite interesting seeing Surrey operate in the field and how many different people are involved in field placings and Kira Chatley, the captain of the 50-over outfit. But when fine leg was moving positions, it was Alice Davidson-Richards at mid-off who was tinkering with the field and directing fine leg to be exactly in that spot.
There's a further example of Kira Chatley's rise over the last 12 months. She really impressed last season, kind of kicked on to another level with her batting. Oof, that's a nasty one for Monaghan at mid-wicket. Thomas got a bit ugly. A swipe across the line. I think it's clocked Monaghan on the knee, on the bounce. Yeah, Chatley rose to almost like kind of the vicinity of the England team. Had a very impressive 100 as well. Earned herself an £80,000 deal for this year's 100, where she'll represent MI London. And now she's acting as physio as well, so there you go. Bryony Smith sorting out as well.
Yeah, she had a good 100, really good blast campaign as well. And I suppose part of what I don't think that carried. Is that what you're...
Well, on second viewing, I think it absolutely has carried because it's hit her in the knee.
True. I think part of the reason why Chatley is in England conversations now is because there hasn't been a huge amount of competition for places specifically for the wicket-keeping spot in the England side. Amy Jones has basically done that job for, 7 years since Sarah Taylor last played for England.
Well, and on that topic, something we have learnt from the kind of internal games that England have been playing is Alice Capsey is increasingly being used as a wicket-keeper in those instances. So whether that's something that England have in their mind, whether they can kind of tailor Capsey to being a keeper, that could be to their advantage. Capsey obviously a very handy off-spinner in her own right, but England don't need that many more spinners at the moment. One out to the cover sweeper. So Surrey have a little bit of a bizarre period because they've been good with the ball in the last 10 overs, but they've put down 4 catches in that period of time. You see there, just from Chatterjee's load up, bowling cross seam. Good one from Ward.
So on the wicket-keeping question for England, if you look at the 100 leading run scorers among wicket-keepers last year, Kira Chatley did not keep wicket for London Spirit, but we obviously know that she is a very good keeper. Lauren Winfield-Hill, who we saw earlier today, was the only English wicketkeeper to score more than, on average, 10 runs a game in the 100 last season. 2 overseas keepers score more runs. Georgia Redmayne for London Spirit and Beth Mooney for Manchester Originals. But first place was Lauren Winfield Hill, 123. Second place was Amy Jones, 71, at an average of 8. And that's enough for second place, so don't need to go into the numbers of those below.
35 overs gone here, 165 for 5. We await the commencement of the, I was about to say the final power play, but I've got my formats in a muddle. Beg your pardon, Kira Chatley playing for my London. Not your London.
My London.
My London. Well bowled from Gregory. Apart from those 2 loose balls to Amy Campbell, she's been on the money so far. On the reverse. That's a lovely shot from Ward. Should get a couple. But again, it kind of evidences why Surrey is setting the fields they are. When we've seen Ward score her runs from attacking shots, they've been through innovation. She's paddled one from Chatterjee. She's then going to have to go on the reverse to Gregory. So Surrey feel quite comfortable to be able to keep mid-on and mid-off up in the ring and protect their boundary square of the wicket. Another dot ball.
What we've seen throughout this innings is that Surrey have had cover and mid-wicket really tight, restricting the singles. And as you say, they also have 6 fielders in the ring, something they don't need to do.
Googly there, I think, from Danny Gregory. Just skipped on into the right-hander and pulled away for 1 run.
And they're almost forcing Yorkshire to take risks, even to score 2s. That with 4 balls into this over, 3 runs scored. That 2 was a relatively risky reverse sweep.
So I wonder, long on drops out here, and I'm wondering if that's just to protect the over, or if they feel that Erin Thomas is a slightly more attacking player, powerful player even. Pulls into that vacant mid-on region. I realise we've not been checking Danny Gregory's load up this over. We failed ourselves, we failed everyone listening as well. And watching. That was a click.
That was an off-spin.
That was a click. Beautiful shot. Powerfully played by Maddie Ward. Finds the gap, the narrow gap between that tight extra cover fielder and mid-off. And turns an over that Surrey were happier with into an over that Yorkshire win. 8 runs off it. Perfectly through the gap. Maddie Ward moves on to 19. 173 for 5 after 36.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, and I wonder if that prompts a response from Surrey. Mid-off has been in for the entirety of this partnership, and I wonder if that shot, Ward using her feet, perfectly finding that gap between extra cover and mid-off and picking up 4.
Well, Tilly Courtine-Coleman had some overs in reserve. She's now just marshalling her troops. Conducting her troops doesn't really make sense, I guess. Change of bowling here at the Kia Oval, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants.
So impressed with the almost shape of her delivery today. Real air, real dip and turn too. Bowling at a difficult phase of the innings for a finger spin bowler. It's quite a short leg side boundary too.
She wins again there. Just 1 run. The challenge she'll have there when really killing her pace is just maintaining her length. It's so easy for spinners. When you try and bowl really, really slowly, you end up bowling incredibly short because it's so much slower. It doesn't get there, basically. Out. Short enough for Maddie Ward to get back in her crease and pull the ball. But Monaghan is in the game at mid-wicket, and Surrey have a 6th wicket, and Courtine Coleman has a very well-deserved 2nd wicket.
Yeah, slightly shorter than the other balls in the over. Previously, the Yorkshire batters looking to use their feet to get to the pitch of the ball. This delivery just back of a length from Courtine Coleman. And Ward looked to pull the ball over mid-wicket, but she wasn't quite able to do that. Monaghan takes a fairly straightforward catch, and Yorkshire lose their 6th.
Oh, sod's law, that's actually the delivery where Courtine Coleman feared she was going to get punished, because her length did drop, her length was short, and it allowed Ward to get onto that back foot.
Didn't quite get underneath the ball enough. But again, Yorkshire just lose a wicket just as the partnership was gathering a little bit of momentum. Partnerships of 27 and then 17 since that double Maitland-Brown blow. They're now 6 down, with 7.5 overs remaining of the innings.
Where are Yorkshire looking to get up to here? Because they've now lost enough wickets where the runs aren't a guarantee. It's not, you can't just say, oh yeah, you've got 7 overs left, 7 times 6, 42. They'll get to 218. It's very fast maths for me. Don't worry about it. They still have to score them. It's also a pet peeve of mine when people say, oh, you always go at 6s at the end. Takes the inside edge, dot ball. They go, the tail will get there, go run a ball. It's easy at the end. I'm like, well, how come the worst batters have to score faster than the good batters? A very fine over so far from Courtine Coleman. Just the 3 runs conceded. That was short as well, but Langston new to the crease, not quite able to capitalise on it. 37 overs gone, 176 for 6. Is Mr. Mark Church coming in? I can do another over. Absolutely not. I'll be gone until the next innings. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Yaz Rana and soon Mark Church.
Courtine Coleman's been so impressive today. 2 wickets today to back up her 3 against Warwickshire over the weekend. 5 wickets already in the One Day Cup, and a player who's been talked a lot about in the off-season, picking up a fee of £105,000 in the 100 auction a few weeks ago.
Start of the 38th over, Kalia Moore bowling, and a single here out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary row. I was just doing a bit of maths there, Yaz, and since we restarted in the rain break, that's now 62 for 4 in 14.1 overs for Yorkshire. So Surrey have done a pretty good job. Beth Langston still yet to get off the mark as Kalia Moore is in, and looking to cut, beats the edge. Nicely taken by Kira Chatley.
Yeah,
So
they've lost wickets at bad times, Churchy.
Absolutely.
Just as Amy Campbell was getting going, just as Maddie Ward was getting going.
It's been good this from Surrey, as this is turned into the leg side down to short fine. Won't get a run on this occasion. Weather-wise, we've still got a bit of blue sky. There are some darker clouds sort of heading this way on the breeze. You never know. We could have another calculation at some point, as Langston still can't get off the mark. Good stuff again from Kalia Moore. Sorry, very tight in on that inner ring. Sorry, been quite claustrophobic actually here.
They've been very good at that all innings, restricting quick singles.
Little shorter, pulled by Langston. We'll get a single out towards Danny Gregory. Still with the sunglasses on, Danny Gregory. I suppose they could be the light enhancers, though. So you can get those these days, can't you? So Langston's off the mark with a single. Thomas comes back on to strike, Aaron Thomas. Stood with that bat raised high in the air, but this is the final delivery of the Moore over. Only gone for 2, and that will be the way the over ends. So that's a terrific over the 38th from Kalia Moore.
They're also racing through the overs, Churchy.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, only 6 overs remaining in the innings.
As a batter, that's I know it sounds a strange thing to say because you'd think you'd notice, but actually you're so concentrating on what you're up to that sometimes you'll look up and you think, where did those 8 overs go? But they're just whipping through the overs at the moment. And Langston and Thomas and Yorkshire are going to have to pull the trigger soon, really. Now we are going to get a change in bowling, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions, of course. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. And it's going to be Alice Davison-Richards into the attack.
I'm quite surprised with this bowling change, Churchy. Tilly Courtine-Coleman was going so well. She's still got 2 overs remaining, only 6 overs left in the innings. Looked like she had a really clear game plan against the Yorkshire mid and lower order, taking pace off the ball, not giving the batters much to work with in terms of pace.
Yep.
And spin's been going well at both ends.
It has. Davison-Richards, very experienced, of course. Goes short and wide first up, and that will be signal wide. So that will be 1 more to the total. Yeah, well, it's had a bit of everything since the rain break, hasn't it? And, well, Lauren Winfield-Hill, it wasn't a great decision, you know, when you see the replay, but these mistakes do happen. Players make mistakes, sometimes umpires make mistakes. Langston's forward, we'll get a single, just working this one out towards deep backward square. So 1 more to the total. It reminded me a little, I was saying to you at the back of the box, with the chaos that was going on and nobody quite knowing what was happening, reminded me slightly of when the old crossbow bolt landed on the outfield during a Surrey men's game against Middlesex in the Championship. And there was a bit of chaos then as well, because nobody quite knew what was happening then, as this is going to be another wide down the leg side. So 1 more to the total.
I think a controversial umpiring decision is slightly more run-of-the-mill than a crossbow appearing
it was
on the field of play.
It was an interesting afternoon, I have to say. I think it was just the reaction as much as anything, wasn't it? This is picked up and clipped firmly by Thomas, and it's a good bit of work out there at deep backward square. Jemima Spence there, because it skipped off the turf at her, and she dived to her right, keeps it down to a single. 1 more to Erin Thomas. This was a very good bit of work, because there you go, look, picked up, and yep, just spun off the turf. Great bit of work from Spence, really. Clipped away by Langston, just drifting onto the pads, and Spence is in the action once more. Quickly round. It was a mark of Surrey's cricket last year. Their out cricket was tremendous. Really good in the field, and whoever was sweeping up. I remember Paige Schofield affecting a run out off the last ball of a game, sweeping on the, I think it was the mid-wicket boundary. Swinging across the line, trying to go leg side here was Thomas. Hits the pad. It's an optimistic appeal from Alice Davison-Richards. Leg by will be the signal.
It's not a huge over by any means, but one thing that's different in this over compared to when the spinners have been on is that Yorkshire have been able to rotate the strike. They've not been able to do that particularly frequently when the spinners have been on, with covering mid-wicket in so tight.
And that was something that Winfield-Hill was doing very, very well. We spoke about that earlier. Sort of turning good balls into a single. Get one here as it's turned by Langston. Up comes Spence again, quickly up, one-handed pick-up, gets the ball in the air quickly, keeps it down to the single. So Erin Thomas will be on strike for the final ball of this, the 39th over. Just a reminder, as you can see in the left corner of your screen, 44 overs aside now, due to the rain we had earlier. I'm just hoping that there isn't any more of the wet stuff today. Oh, now this is picked up by Thomas. She's got a fair amount of this, straight into the hands, out there, deep mid-wicket. got a fair amount of that, but Alice Monaghan didn't have to move. It was like catching practice in the mornings. And Thomas goes for 7, had to do something. We're sort of at this stage of the innings now, and it's a long old carry. It's the shorter side of the ground today, but it's still a pretty long carry out there, and got a fair amount of it. But as I say, Monaghan didn't have to move.
Yeah, it was a good hit, and I
Yeah.
actually initially thought it was going to go all the way. And sure, it does go straight to Monaghan, but she did have to ensure that her feet were well away from the rope, and she did that well. And in the end, it's a straightforward catch. 7th wicket to fall, and again, just as a partnership was beginning to develop.
Yep.
Surrey strike, Yorkshire 7 down.
As Erin Thomas hit that, she probably thought to herself, oh, I've got a fair amount of this. And then you could see her reaction when she realised that Monaghan wasn't going to have to move. But as you say, Monaghan made sure that back foot was inside the rope, and then got a base set and took a very, very safe catch.
She positioned herself almost to prepare her to have to do one of those proper boundary rope catches where you flick it in, sort of went side on, which partly fooled me as to why I thought it was going over because of her body position. But yeah, good catch in the end. More continues. So spin continues from the pavilion end.
Yes, it does, and it's the start of the 40th over with Langston on strike. That's got to be out. Yep, LBW, good bit of bowling. Just skidded it through. Langston looking to pull, and bang in front of all 3 stumps on the back foot. So Langston goes for 4. That's 2 in 2 balls for Surrey. And Yorkshire suddenly find themselves 185 for 8. So that means now, since the rain break, it's 70 for 6 for Yorkshire.
Yeah, the Yorkshire innings threatening to derail somewhat. 2 wickets in 2 balls, and it's a 2nd wicket for Moore, who's been so impressive today. 2 for 22 from her 7.1 overs. Gives it a real rip. And as threatened all day, follows up after the wicket of Jess Jonathan early on. Feels like a long time ago before the rain delay, but that was one of the deliveries of the day. Proper turn and bounce against a left-hander, drawing the outside edge, and now trapping Langston in front, LBW for 4.
And it brings Claudie Cooper to the middle. So Claudie Cooper in her red boots, as Kalia Moore comes in over the wicket to her, and the right-handed Cooper's first ball's just pushed down the ground, won't get a single. Bryony Smith comes up to do the fielding. Oh, now this is straight down the ground. This could be another one. It is taken, eventually, by Alice Davison-Richards. She was just keeping everybody guessing there for a second. Was Alice Davison-Richards. Had 2 or 3 juggles. Bryony Smith, for good measure, knocks her cap off her head. But she kept everybody there on the edge of their seats for a second, did Alice Davison-Richards, but takes a very safe catch. And all of a sudden, from a Yorkshire perspective, they're 9 wickets down. Cooper goes without scoring. And Yorkshire 185 for 9.
You say safe catch, but for a moment I thought she'd lost it.
Ooh,
There. She actually does very well. The
she did
second
really well there.
time she pops it up, does very, very well. Very quick reactions.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it was one of those where I got this. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've got it. Did very well there in the end. Alice Davison-Richards. See it again. Watch Kalia Moore's reaction here. Thinks, oh, you've dropped it. Oh, no. Oh, you've got it. Good. So, yes, there we are from Alice Davison-Richards. As I say, Bryony Smith, just for good measure, flicked off Davison-Richards' cap. So, 9 down. And Jessica Woolston is out there alongside Rachel Slater. Pretty thankless task this now. Really is. So 2 in 3 balls. 3 in 4 balls for Surrey. 2 in 3 balls for Moore. 3 in 4 balls for Surrey. Woolston. Kalia Moore's in. And Woolston just pushing this one back up the pitch. And Moore does the fielding off her own bowling. She's been very impressive today, Kalia Moore.
Very, very impressive. And seeing again here Yorkshire's lower order really struggling to even just get off strike against the Surrey spinners at the moment.
Tosses this one up. It's full toss, but Woolston can't get this away. Just potters into short mid-wicket and Monaghan does the fielding.
Those fielders at short mid-wicket and short extra have been so busy today. And brilliant work for their team and for their spin bowlers.
Kalia Moore's in once again. And nice bowling again from Kalia Moore. Double wicket maiden from her. And Kalia Moore and Tilly Coulter-Coleman. Yaz, talk us through this. Some changes of pace. Their control's been terrific today as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, something that we've liked all day with Tilly Coulter-Coleman is the shape that she's getting on the ball. Really giving it a rip at times. It's really nice shape on the delivery. Giving it some air. Getting the ball to dip on a good length. Deceiving the batter in the air. But also it's the change of pace. Early on, she bowled a little bit quicker against the Yorkshire top order players. Bit more energy on the ball, but as we saw the tail enders come in, the middle order and the lower order, she took pace off the ball, essentially giving them less to work with, and it was really effective.
Well, quite brilliant from you, because she's back into the attack now. Tilly Coulter-Coleman replacing Alice Davison-Richards, and well bowled, it's all over, as if on cue. Tilly Coulter-Coleman around the wicket to Slater. Slater lays back to cut, skips on and hits the leg stump, and that has been brilliant from the Surrey spinners, and Yorkshire all out for 185 in 40.1 overs, and they've gone in the rain break after 23 115 for 2 to 185 all out, so they've lost their last 8 wickets for 70 runs, and Kira Chatley's got the Surrey players round her, just having a last chat to them. But yes, that has been an impressive performance from Surrey with the ball.
Yeah, Surrey been brilliant, especially since the rain delays. You say at one point Yorkshire were 131 for 2, but also collapsed from 185 for 6 to 185 all out, 4 wickets falling without Yorkshire adding a run at the end. And Churchy, look at the scoreboard to the left of the ground, to bowl 3.5. Yeah. They've left runs out there. The lower order got a bit stuck towards the end. Gifted a couple of wickets, catches in the deep, and in the end the class of the Surrey spinners proved too good for the Yorkshire lower order, and 2 really impressive performances, I think, from this Surrey spin attack. Kalia Moore, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 22. Tilly Coulter-Coleman, 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. Career best 50 over figures for her. And Maitland Brown, very impressive. A, with the new ball, getting the ball to move away from the right-handers, but 2, she got that important double strike. Lauren Winfield-Hill and Stair Callis, who are
What interests me with that is, I think they would have gone in at the rain break, and Johan Myberg would have said, you've not been at your best there. They've come straight out after the rain break and been right on it. And I would have thought Johan Myberg, you can see they're just wandering up the stairs, is very, very pleased with that. But yeah, Tilly Coulter-Coleman, every time you see her, she impresses you more and more and more. And you can understand why there's a lot of chat about Tilly Coulter-Coleman. And it's not just because she earned quite a bit of cash in the 100 auction, but it's just her all-round, the way she bowls. And I said to Phil Walker, she's got the perfect left-arm spinner's action as well. She really has. And she's up there at the moment chatting to somebody from the balcony. And she'll be delighted with that. And as you say, Yorkshire lost their last 4 wickets without adding a run. They lost their last 8 wickets for just 70. And the criminal thing is they haven't batted their 44 overs as well. Yeah,
it's amazing how quickly the mood shifted. Even after those 2 wickets, Ward and Campbell were going okay. Campbell started briskly. She was 18 off 20 before falling to Chatterjee. And then you sort of felt Yorkshire were putting their foot on the pedal, looking to accelerate as the innings came to an end. And then very quickly, they lost those wickets in a cluster, and it's just the end.
Yeah,
there was no middle period where there was any sort of consolidation and looking to try and bat through the overs. I think we saw a little bit of that from Beth Langston, 4 off 10, but a very, very brisk finish to the Yorkshire innings.
Let's have a look at the cards in a sec. Here we go, the batting card. The key moment was that dismissal and decision on Lauren Winfield-Hill. Caught behind off the bowling of Brown for 60, and then Callis went in the same over, and that was it really. From there, they were the two that were dominating, and then it just fell away from a Yorkshire point of view. And wicket shared around by Surrey, but there you go. Brown very impressive, 2 for 40, but Courtine Coleman 3 for 27 there, and Kalia Moore 3 for 22, and Danny Gregory, don't forget Danny Gregory, none for 25 off her 6. But you'd take that from your spinners. You would take that, you really would. So they've been very impressive. So what it will mean is Surrey will need 186, and as we've seen with Surrey, they're a powerful batting lineup as well. But yes, at the halfway point, yes, I would have thought that's a pretty satisfied dressing room from a Surrey perspective.
Definitely, and a reminder that Surrey will start on 5.
Yes, of course, yes, they've got the 5-run penalty as well, haven't they?
Yeah, due to the disciplinary penalty
yes,
against Yorkshire. So yeah, the target 5 runs fewer than it otherwise should be.
Yep.
And I think Surrey should be very happy with how they went about business, especially after the rain delay. Talk about the spinners, the 3 spinners, Gregory, Moore, and Courtine Coleman. I can't remember a loose ball between them really. Really, really good control throughout. Didn't let Yorkshire get away from them at any point. And in the end, Moore and Courtine Coleman rewarded with 6 wickets between them.
Yeah, and just to explain that as well, yeah, saying with the 5, that was due to Lauren Winfield-Hill given out caught behind. I think we'll all say that she didn't hit it, because she didn't. But it was her reaction, and then the reaction when she walked into the dressing room as well. So the penalty is Surrey will start basically 5 without loss and chasing 186. But unfortunately for Lauren Winfield-Hill, these things happen. And you can understand her disappointment, but because of that, Surrey will start at 5 without loss, because they've been given the 5 runs as a penalty against Winfield-Hill's reaction. So 2 ways to look at that really. You can start with 5 without loss and get to 186, or you can look at it as 181. But that's what the 5-run penalty is for. But you can see there on that card, Kalia Moore 3 for 22 and Tilly Courtine Coleman 3 for 27. Outstanding from those two, 6 for 49 between them in 15.1 overs. So sun shining here at the Kia Oval. Bit of a warm-up being done out there by some of the players who aren't actually involved today. Normally see the players that aren't involved in the game in the break going out onto the outfield, and some of the Yorkshire players doing shuttle runs, bit of fielding practice being done. Ground staff are out there. The roller going up and down the pitch, all the crease lines being repainted as well. And sunshine, that is the good news. The sun is shining here at the Kia Oval, so we'll keep our fingers crossed, Yaz, that we get through this game naturally.
Yeah, I think we do need to keep our fingers crossed, because the forecast I looked at during the rain delay wasn't hugely optimistic for what is potentially coming our way in about an hour and a half.
It's a good point that you make. Actually, if you've seen that forecast, the Surrey dressing room will have seen that forecast. Now, Bryony Smith, I fully expect to stroll out there to open up, but it might be that Surrey go quick from the top, because as well, the key thing is going to be if that rain arrives, yes, you've got runs on the board, but wickets will come into play with Duckworth-Lewis, but they might try and knock as much out of this as they can before that rain arrives, if it arrives, of course, because it's only a forecast, it's not the Oracle. So it's only a forecast. So breaking the innings now. We'll be back with you on the live stream. Myself, Yaz Rana, Phil Walker and Cameron Ponsonby in around about 25 minutes. But Yorkshire, having been stuck in by Surrey, all out for 185.
back in serving drinks. And the interval also the perfect opportunity to visit the club shop here at the Year Open. That's located beneath the SSE Energy Solutions stand. In there, of course, the full range of official Surrey merchandise, including the new 2026 kit and training range, as well as a host of other great items. And don't forget that if you're a member, you'll have 10% off any purchase that you make in the club shop. until Vitality Glass T20 cricket is back here at the Year Oval. Early bird tickets are available now with 8 fixtures across June and July. There's something for everyone. Don't forget the unmissable London derby between Surrey and Middlesex, our very popular family day and retro night as well. Those early bird tickets start from just £27 for adults and £1 for under-16s. You can get those at kiaoval.com today. The Women's Blast will finish with the Vitality Blast Women's Finals Day here at the Year Oval once again. This year, the Finals Day is on the 17th of July, that's Friday the 17th of July, with the top 4 sides from the group stages battling it out for a place in the final and, of course, to be crowned Vitality Blast champions. Tickets for that day are also available at kiaoval.com, just £20 for adults and £1 for juniors, so don't miss a historic day here at the Year Oval on Friday, the 17th of July. So lots to look forward to this summer, a little bit closer in the calendar, of course, is the next home fixture here at the Year Oval. That is the Metro Bank One Day Cup match against Durham. This Saturday, the 18th of April, another 10:30 AM start, with full details and tickets available from kiaoval.com. That's the Metro Bank One Day Cup match, Surrey versus Durham here at the Year Oval this Saturday, the 18th of April. return to your seats ahead of the start of today's second innings. So please do now make your way off the outfield back towards the seating area. Time to welcome back our umpires, Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell. The Yorkshire fielding side, led by captain number 58.
Welcome back then, folks, to part 2 of this one between Surrey and Yorkshire. Surrey did it very well in the first half, either side of that rain break. They were strong with the new ball, and then they came back really hard after the rain. Madeline Brown in particular bowled a key tempo shifting over, double wicket over, one controversially given to remove the key figure of Lauren Winfield-Hill, who left in high dudgeon, it's fair to say, and whose reaction to the dismissal, or the decision that saw her dismissal, has resulted in Surrey already having 5 runs on the board before having faced a delivery. So 5 penalty runs awarded to Surrey because of Lauren Winfield-Hill's reaction to being given out for 60, cut off in full cry, and it wasn't just her reaction when she was walking off and remonstrating with the umpire, but also her reaction inside the dressing room, where her frustrations overwhelmed her. And then Madeline Brown followed up with the key wicket of Callis to remove the 2 danger women in that middle period of the game, and then the spinners got to work. So 185 all out inside 41 overs. So Surrey, having dominated in the first round, look set fair to make it 2 from 2 here. Pitch is pretty good for batting. We've seen the outfield, the ball racing across it even with that rain. It's quick drying ground here, and it's been quite blustery as well. The sun is now out. And so we're away. It's going to be Bryony Smith and Paige Schofield, of course, to face up first up. And that's been missed on the 45, so that will run away for 4 straight away. Not the start that Yorkshire wanted. Rachel Slater, the left arm seamer, dragged down right into the arc for Bryony Smith, just to roll the wrists, easy as you like. Just one fielder behind square. And the first boundary. 9 for no loss from 1 delivery.
It's a demoralising start if you're Yorkshire.
I thought you were talking about yourself for a moment.
Well, I couldn't hear myself in my cans.
Okay, right. Well, I can hear you loud and clear. Bit of swing early on. Foolish into the pads.
Well, Paige Schofield on strike now. I've been reliably informed.
Mm-hmm.
10 overs required to constitute a match. 20 in the final, but 10 in the league phase. And that is relevant with rain looming.
Indeed. Indeed. A bit of squally stuff around the area. Definite early swing. Just a murmur of it, but you can sense that ball drifting into the right-hander's pads against the angle. It's the left-armer's dream line, of course. And again, and that will run away, I think, just off. In fact, there was a bit of inside edge, so all good stuff. Both openers now away.
Slater just drifting a bit to leg side. She's got a split field, 5-4. So she is just trying to bowl straight and target those stumps.
Georgie Boyce on the 45 is now moving back onto the rope, as well she might. She's had a couple in her vicinity, but not been able to get a hand on either. It's been a tricky start for her and for Yorkshire. And it's just as well that she has moved back onto the rope, because that would have been another boundary 4. As it is, just a single, and so early days, but with that 5 penalty run start as well, it's a good start already here for Surrey, and Yorkshire don't have many to play with.
I think this is a better field. If you are trying to swing that ball back into the right-hander, there shouldn't really be too many balls slipping away into the offside where that cover sweeper would have been in play.
Slightly airborne, but no danger. Okay, first one gone. 10 against Slater's figures, plus of course those 5 extras as well. So 15 for no loss, just 1 over down. Yorkshire are going to have to get busy here if this game isn't just to drift away from them before they know it. Lauren Winfield-Hill directing her troops from the middle of the pitch.
That's well the opening over on the innings from the
It's going to be Claudie Cooper then. So similar approach to how Surrey began their bowling innings. Mixture of pace and spin.
Formerly of this parish, Claudie Cooper started her cricket at Surrey in the South East Stars set-up. Now opening the bowling, back at the Kia Oval in a Yorkshire shirt.
She's going to have to be absolutely on it here. Right arm orthodox, just 4 offside fielders, so she can't afford to drag too many outside the eye line. We'll have to bowl tight lines here, wicket to wicket. Tight one. Bryony Smith, good for it though. No dramas. Good start this.
Bryony Smith will like this matchup. Spin in the power play, mid off in the ring, long on is in position, so if she wants to go over the top, over the offside will be the preferred option.
It's an inviting field if you're a batter, this. And there is the danger. Another misfield, and that will just be pulled in, I fancy. Yeah, good work, but they will get back, you would think, for 3. Comfortably enough. So sloppy start for Yorkshire. Nothing's gone their way since that rain break. They resumed 120 for 2 with 2 players ensconced, and since then it's been a procession really, and already Surrey are threatening to get away from them here. In the gap, beautifully played, hanging back Paige Schofield into double figures. A couple of boundary falls already to her name.
Well, it's tough work at the moment for Yorkshire. Surrey have been incredibly comfortable. And it's a challenge for Cooper, bowling off spin to 2 right-handers with the shorter leg side boundary. Especially when your kind of risky boundary you are going for is if you get cut. So you're trying to stay straight, force the opponents to make the room, keep the stumps in play. We're now seeing a change of field, bolstering that offside ring. The problem Cooper will have now is they've already conceded runs, so Surrey will be minded just to take the simple single into the leg side. All that.
Or just sweep in exactly the direction where they've just moved the field at. It's not easy, this, to try and plot your way around this field for Lauren Winfield-Hill. There are spaces everywhere, and it's an inviting time to bat. You get full value here, of course. Very little pressure on these 2 at the moment. That target is already climbing down. 166. That's better, a bit more full. Still, 12 conceded from that first over, and so Surrey off to a flyer here.
There was an amazing field and strategy followed up. It was either by Pakistan or Bangladesh in the 2024 World Cup, and they called it the Berlin Wall. And they basically went through for a strategy. It was either 5 or 6 fielders in the offside ring, and they went, we're going to bowl outside off, and you're just going to have to hit it through us somehow. And it was excruciating in its simplicity, because the batters were going mad because they were kind of getting these beautiful, like, half volley served up outside off stump, and they'd crunch it to one of 6 fielders waiting just to cut it off.
Well, they need to get funky here, because clearly if Surrey bat even just 60% of these overs, then they're going to be very near that target. So they have to try and bowl. Well, they have to bowl them out if they're going to get anything from this game here. And so it's time to get creative. Doesn't matter if you go down in a heap. You've got to try and create something here. Straight to mid-on and taken. Down at shin height, tidy catch. And so, from nowhere really, Bryony Smith is on her way. She was punching up towards mid-on a couple of times against the left armour, and slightly uppishly. She just got right through that one, perhaps trying to clear mid-on. But instead, she just served up a lowish catch. Tidily done. So, just as we were preparing to question what Yorkshire can even begin to get out of this game, they strike against the head, but they will absolutely take it. So 27 for 1. It's going to be Alice Monaghan joining us at first drop.
Well, that's a gift for Yorkshire. And Bryony Smith will be cursing herself because she's left some runs out there. They were cruising along there. 27 runs off the first 14 balls. Or 22 to be precise. We've had these 5 penalty runs, which we'll keep reminding you about.
Good to see her promoted. She was down at 7 last week against Warwickshire, obviously, as we know. Surrey denuded of some of their key players, and so she's been given the nod at first drop. Batted nicely last week. Paying a miss this time, so that's a good line. And bowling to her field as well now. So this is what we asked for and what we're getting. A slip in and a tight offside ring now. She made a sprightly 23 last week with Monaghan, and so she's been given the promotion. Different game, of course, against the new ball, just into its 3rd over. But a great opportunity for her here. She finished off last season as well in good form. Punch tidily into the covers.
Much better from Slater. Just got that added bit of confidence from the wicket to her name. She's able to settle in on a better line. But both edges of the bat are in play. If one swings back in, you've got bowled and LBW in play. If it just holds, wicketkeeper and first slipper in the game.
Much better line this over. She's found her radar now, settling in. And it means that the skipper, Winfield Hill, can at least plan this field with a degree of confidence now. You can crowd the new batter in that offside area and build up the dots. That'll be the plan. Bit wide, but umpire Treadwell lets that one slide by, and so 27 for 1. Successful over for Slater.
Wicket maiden on the board for Slater. Just had a little click in my headphones as the ball passed the bat there. I had my finger in the air incorrectly. But Yorkshire will be much happier to have a foothold in this game. Cooper to continue. He'll just slightly put the brakes on Surrey's attack. It's only 180 they're chasing, so they won't feel under too much pressure even if they lost another wicket. But you don't want to give your opponents a sniff.
Clobbered, and it goes all the way. That's a Schofield classic. She's so strong. Through that area off the back foot. She hits a clean ball. You can't drag it down to Schofield, especially in the early period when the field is up. And that's frustrating as well for Winfield Hill in particular, who's just trying to squeeze these two, but all pressure released. And now Schofield, who is, of course, the key woman in this innings, already into the 20s, just from 9 deliveries. If she hangs around through this power play, then Yorkshire are staring down the barrel, you fancy. And again, beautifully played, plays off the back foot, crisply through the offside. No chance for extra cover to affect anything there. 6-4, 10 from 2. And that little bump that they received from removing Bryony Smith the previous over feels like a long distant memory already. 37 for 1. Claudie Cooper's struggling a little here. That's better. But again, no pace in this track. Slow through the air, and so Schofield can play basically everything off the back foot against the off-break bowler here with relative ease.
I think that will be a source of frustration for Winfield Hill, as the cover point sweep was dropped out to allow Cooper a margin for error for line. Then she's twice missed this over from length, and Schofield's been able to play off the back foot to the boundary.
So can she get out of this over without more damage? It's unlucky, in fairness. Beautifully bowled. Bit of drift on the breeze as well, but that does run away for 3. I think just hauled in. Decent work down there, but nonetheless more runs. And again, you wonder, got to go for broke. Maybe just getting a slip in may be the way. If she is getting a bit of drift away from the new batter, who doesn't look as secure yet as Schofield, who is now back on strike after that third. There you go. Tossed up, asking for it really. And that is a second 6 of the over. Dominant by Paige Schofield. Pure class. 47 for 1. Off to a flyer here.
Well, Schofield proving why she was one of the players that was a cut above the rest of the domestic game for a long while. She had a bit of a weird season last year because she went into the 2025 season almost like the hipster's choice. If you wanted to show you knew about kind of cricket, you go, I'll tell you who England should get in, Paige Schofield.
But it was the start of 2024, wasn't it? She made those back-to-back hundreds in a week.
Then she didn't get much of a game last year. She was often further down the order than you almost expect her to be. She still played a handful of games for England. But now she's back at the top of the order, improving her quality.
Monaghan not yet into her work. Couple of fresh air shots outside off stump. There'll be a few butterflies, I fancy. It's a big moment for her in that first drop here. Great opportunity. And another indeterminate footwork. Neither one thing nor the other, really. And just a word of advice from the senior partner.
I wonder if we'll see Monaghan using her feet here, coming down the track. She's getting beaten on the outside edge currently as the ball's sliding across her. Schofield's saying if you're getting a bit concerned about the movement or lack of where it's skipping on, come down the wicket.
Make a play. Yep, good shout.
Close the angle.
Doesn't mind it there though. Relieved to be off strike.
Schofield, she's on 31 off 12 here. It doesn't feel quite right to describe it as quietly because she's hit 2 6s. But that last over against Cooper has seen her score race along. We'll see if she's still ticking here.
She's doing okay here. Is Rachel Slater. Slightly nervy start. Gave up 10 from her first over, but she's only conceded a single from her next 10 deliveries, as well as picking up Bryony Smith as well. And again, good line. Punched powerfully up to mid-off, but no run. She has a slight kind of kick and a jump in her run-up. Echoes of Tamal Mills' left arm seamer. Just to get that propulsion through the crease. A couple of strides in the run-up and then a little hop and a skip. There it is. Punch this time brilliantly stopped at mid-on. Schofield is timing it out there beautifully, so she picks up another single. Would have raced away, of course. She retains the strike, 32 from 15 to her, 49 for 1 for Surrey, just 5 overs bowled. Where do you turn already if you're Lauren Winfield Hill? Conflab in the middle of the pitch. 2 overs for 32 for Claudie Cooper. And so no surprises to see a change. Jess Woolston stepping in.
A bowling change at the Vauxhall end, replacing number 11, Claudie Cooper. Number 16, Jess Woolston.
So a bit of seam from the Vauxhall end. Slater's gone well from the Pavilion end, but a change of tact from the visiting side.
Good to see her slip in. And a catcher as well on the offside 45. Got to go for broke here.
I'm sorry to kind of go on about it. I'm going to bring back the internal matches that the England women's team are playing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what part of the injustice it creates is, if you are Paige Schofield and you're on the phrase of that team, your runs here are worth less for the result of all the England players being away, because you're not competing against anyone. Paige Schofield might get 50 or 60 today, or maybe more. And you go, well, Maya Bouchig might have got 80.
Lovely shot as well, just closing the face on it to keep it down. Mid-on is straight.
It just deprives everyone at the chance of the most meritocratic selection.
What will it mean for subsequent games, do you know? Not got all of it, but got enough of it. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. Stays in the shot. 50 up already. Paige Schofield has the vast majority of them. She's been, well, untouchable really. On to 36 already. In double quick time. Striking at 200.
Well, the England players are back available on Saturday, so that's good news. The difficulty will come over the course of the World Cup.
Short this time. Round the corner, beats fine leg, or long leg rather. 4 more. It's hard to know where to bowl to her at this point in time. She's already into her 40s. It's a great start for her this year. As Cameron said, a rather in and out year for her last year. But we know that England have looked at her and that she has a very, very fine domestic record in 50 and 20 over cricket. Beats her this time.
So I was doing some mental maths with a colleague of mine about how many of there's 28 domestic fixtures for each team across the season, kind of a minimum of. there may be a handful more if you go the distance in the County Cup or you reach finals days. And his guess was it would be around 8 games, 8 to 10 games that the women's internationals will be available from. But the real sticking point, the real point in the season where there's going to be an issue.
Cloth this time to... just burst through the hands. It was there. It will run away for 4 as well. Beth Langston there under the high ball, and she just took Cameron a couple of steps forward, lost her balance somewhat. If she'd maybe just stayed where she was initially, then it would have been right down her throat. You can't quite see it there, but we caught it in real time. She just made a couple of steps forward and lost her balance. So, crucial moment for Yorkshire here.
You might see it from this angle. Yep, just at the start there, you see Langston sprint in towards the wicket. She knew that Schofield had mishit it, and so kind of thought, it won't get to me. Unfortunately, then it was an error at the other side. It's gone over her, and it's a poor drop.
Yeah, you have to take them. Can't fault Rachel Slater's work here, though.
During the World Cup, when obviously
Yep.
England players aren't going to be available at all, and on the one hand, that's of course completely understandable. They're playing the World Cup. On the other hand, there's only 28 days of cricket to arrange around it, so you don't really need to have the fixture clash in the first place. But there's also an England A tour. India are coming to play.
That'll be a wide.
So at a time when we've expanded the women's game this year, we've added the 9th team, Yorkshire, into Tier 1, so you are stretching that player base already. You're going to have a period of this season where there are a number of fixtures taking place where you don't have the top 15 players in the country because they're playing in the World Cup, and you don't have the best 16th to 30th players in the country either because they're playing in the A Tour.
Back on the money.
And the result will be a lot of counties, including Yorkshire, well, including everyone really, they're going to be stripped right back, where they're going to be having to dip into the academies, systems, find players potentially from Tier 2 or other places to get 11 players out on the pitch.
So here it is again. Beth Langston won't want to see this again. Yeah, she just darts in. You can understand it because it was off the splice, really. It looked like it had spooned initially. Pitched outside leg, nothing doing, but a useful dot ball. Since conceding 10 from the first over, she's been bang on the money here.
We can split this innings from either end here. From 3.4 overs from the Pavilion end. Surrey are 13 for 1. From 3 overs from the Vauxhall end.
Do your maths.
They're 49 for none. There we go.
Shot down the ground. Monaghan's away.
There's also the 5 penalty runs in there, so...
Didn't want to say.
I wish you did. I always want you to hold me to the highest standard possible.
So, she's had a quiet start to her innings, Monaghan, but that was right in the slot. She's finally able to get those hands away. Punches it pleasingly down the ground. She'll feel better about life.
I remember having Daniel Norcross trying to put me through darts checkouts during a county championship game. That was difficult.
He's a bully. And he's mischievous. Another play and a miss, so umpire lets that slide past. Another one ticks by, but so is this game from Yorkshire's perspective. Surrey required just another 127. They've got all the time this afternoon. We have already had 7 overs, so we are but a few overs away from constituting a game. The clouds are pretty high. There's a lot of blue out to our left as we look at it. And that bench, as well they might be feeling pretty chipper. Quite a few cuppers there. It is quite parky out there. It's a strong wind. So Wilson to continue.
It's a 9-over power play. So just 11 more deliveries before Yorkshire can spread the field. But of course they're in that horrible position where you're so far behind the game. You want to put some more fielders out because you want to bowl as many balls as possible at your opposition. But if you give them too many easy runs, the game will be over before you know it.
Short and gone deliberately high and handsome. Just one bounce for. What a knock this has been.
More power from Paige Schofield. Up at the top of the order this year. A new opportunity.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? Seen it early. Rolled the wrists. Just a little short arm jab. That's better.
She missed out up at Edgbaston in the run fest. Made 19 off 19. Her and Sophia Dunkley were flying along. 44 for no loss in the 6th over. She's cashing in today. And I believe I got a stat from Hypercourse, our good friend, about that game at Edgbaston.
Oh, gloriously played. And that will be her 50 from just 25 deliveries. Beautifully executed. Late cut. Running it right off the face. Easy as you like. 9 fours, 2 sixes. Barely broken sweat. And she's making this look like a stroll in the South London sunshine.
Well, 48 of her 52 runs have come in boundaries. She has been able to wait for the bad ball, and she's a powerful enough player that when she was facing the spin of Cooper, when she dropped short, she was able to muscle her off the back foot over long on, a bit too full, pop her back over mid-off's head. Should get to 3 figures here. Got time.
That'll be a wide. Oh, for sure. Overconfidence will be her enemy here. There's no devils in this pitch. It's a relatively inviting and modest bowling attack at this stage. Trying to, hard to believe, but with that drop from the previous over, spirit seems to sap from the players. Put that appeal in the optimistic camp.
I wonder if Lauren Winfield Hill's just having a bit of a internal joke there.
Yeah. I think there's something in that, you know, Cameron.
Well, the stats I got from Hypercourse was Surrey's game against Warwickshire on the weekend, which saw 389 play 337, was the highest aggregated run total for a women's list stage match played in England. I realise I put a lot of caveats in there, but I still think it's a stat.
Glorious. What a shot that is. Shot of the innings, and that's saying something. 10 fours in addition to those 2 sixes now. 56 from 27. This is a clinic, folks.
Beautiful from Paige Schofield. Power and precision all in one. Another insight into why the runs within the women's game is going through the roof. So the final flourish to Hypercourse stats was that 11 of the 12 highest aggregates ever recorded in women's list A cricket have occurred in the last 18 months. We're having run fests.
Well, there's a lot of runs in these tracks in early season here in South London. We saw it in the men's 4-day across the weekend, and we're seeing it here again. This is a glorious track to bat on. And in fairness to Yorkshire, it doesn't look like much on the scorecard, but they were in a lovely position before the rain fell. Surrey deserve all the credit for the way they came out after the resumption. Hit them hard with Maitland-Brown. What a signing she is turning out to be already. Really, really canny recruitment. They went from 120 for 2 to 132 for 4 with their 2 main guns gone, and that was almost that, really. But yeah, there's a lot of runs in these tracks. You fancy Schofield in this kind of form may yet push herself into the conversation for higher honours this summer. So it's been given a wide by umpire Treadwell, but Monaghan will feel like she missed out there. Vast expanse between fine leg and deep square on the leg side. She could have hit that between the two. Nothing doing though. 8 from 17. There you go, though. Thank you very much. Glorious shot. Breaks the hands on it as well. Real snap through that cover drive. It was there to hit. It was a wide half volley, but put it away. And they are racing along at 10s here.
Well, if Monaghan finds her groove as well, this could get very ugly for Yorkshire. Scholefield's going to keep going, but Monaghan can go through the gears as well. Change to the field. Cover point drops out after that drive.
Lovely shot this time. She's finding her rhythm in the feet in particular, back and across, cuffing it away. Help round the corner, make that 4 more. Thank you very much, Paige Schofield. Well, there's no need to slow down here. So many hit-me balls. And when you're in this kind of prime form, you just keep on rolling.
I think that's the key point. Schofield isn't on 60 off 28 through any overt aggression. There's been loose deliveries delivered to her, and she's capitalised on them on each occasion.
Yeah, and that's a mark as well, just how hard she's hitting it as well. That wasn't much more than a combative push up the ground, but right out the screws and bursts through mid-off's hands. Should have been stopped. But nonetheless, careening now into the 60-64 from 29 deliveries. Thank you very much. That'd be great for her as well if she can register 100, first home game of the year.
So the power play's over here at the Kia Oval. 93 for 1 at the end of it. Exactly 100 more runs to win. We'll see how Yorkshire responds to being able to split the field. We've got Jess Jonathan coming into the attack, so you'd expect a bit of a control to be about to be delivered from a very, very experienced, high-class operator. And this will be a good challenge for Monaghan. Be interested to see if Schofield decides almost to take her runs from one end. No need to take undue risk when you're coasting towards victory.
Cuffed away. Is stopped this time in the ring. Still scamper through for a single. Brings Schofield back on strike. Yeah, the ball has followed poor old Maddie Ward. It's been tough for her. Got a couple through early on in the first over. She might have done better with, and done well there though. Schofield's still hanging back against the turning ball. It's good policy, unless it's right up there under her eyes. She's just going to hang back, cuff it away. There you go. Bang on cue. One bounce four over Cow. That's a fabulous shot. Opens the body and allowing that front hip to clear. Accessing the leg side with complete control. Jess Jonathan is no mug.
Well, this is a fantastic shot. Was a fantastic shot. Clip to next. The overrate's too quick.
Yeah.
Wanted to watch it again. But you see it's a shot that is increasingly seen in the modern game, where players are actually able to pull the ball from halfway up the stumps. That is really not that short. That is pretty full. And Paige Schofield's cleared her front leg, has no intention of keeping that down, and lifts it up over mid-wicket.
On the sweep this time. Bit of a bottom edge, but that does beat the fielder at the 45, but not the boundary rider, so a couple. Bit of a scruffy sweep, but it all counts, and she's on to 69, 101 for one now. In triple quick time, inside the first 10. How about that? And there you go again, just waiting. Monaghan this time, but there's no pace in this track. So 9 from the Aussies' first over. And apart from Rachel Slater, there's just been no control at all really offered. From the Vauxhall end, it's been a procession.
We'll see if there's another change of bowling from Yorkshire. Schofield and Monaghan in the middle, set fair. They have no reason to change anything. We are going to have a change of bowling. Maddie Ward comes into the attack.
So 10 overs have been bowled. A few clouds gathering. They're still pretty high in the sky, I would say. There's some break as well in those clouds. Maddie Ward then had a tricky day in the field. Maybe she can come back here with the ball. Decent start.
We have crucially ticked over 10 overs, so we have a game. If the rain came down heavily now, we didn't get back on, Surrey would win.
Nicely played again this time. Going into her work here is Monaghan.
I'm intrigued to see how Schofield takes on Maddie Ward. First two deliveries a bit flatter, probably a bit less time to hop onto that back foot.
If you want a sense of just how dominant they've been, the DRS pass score is 34. Low full toss, beautifully played again though. You've still got to hit them. Real power throughout this innings. Real snap in the shot. I mean, it's there to hit, of course it is, but there's a real stillness in connection.
You in part earn those full tosses as well. If you're so quick onto your back foot and able to pull from length, the bowler's so kind of consumed with making sure they're full of length. And that's what the direction they overcompensate in the end as well. That ball got lost in the covers there for a little bit.
Yeah, lost in the little gully by that gate at square leg. On the reverse, she's toying with them now. Another big loopy fully. You'd expect her to dispatch it, but still done with a bit of panache and class. The full repertoire's out on show now, 77, and just a handful of hits and a couple of overs away from another 100 here for Page. Make that 4 more. Unstoppable. It's a deathly quiet Yorkshire fielding unit now. 81 from 35. And out of nowhere, Surrey required just 78. Absolute butchery on a Wednesday afternoon here. More clouds gathering. And she lets it go by. Beautifully done. Echoes of Viv Richards, who would just settle in and block a maiden from time to time in amongst the savagery. Superb stuff by Paige Schofield. This has been, well, a masterclass, really. 81 not out. 36 deliveries. Alice Monaghan quietly in her slipstream. 18 from 24, 115 for 1. It's going to be Mark Church taking over.
Excellent. This from Surrey. Really putting a marker down. Oh, hello. Now Monaghan's at it. And taking that off a length straight down the ground for 4. Frankly, this is ridiculous from Surrey at the moment. But look at the bottom of that screen. Current run rate 10.66. Required run rate 2.25. I did say to Yaz they will try and take as much of this out as they can before the rain comes. They could take the entire lot out before the rain comes at this rate. Is looking to pull. There was Monaghan. Didn't get hold of that. Schofield 81 off 36 deliveries. And as I say, if you're going to put a marker down at the start of the competition, it's exactly what they're doing at the moment. That's nicely bowled and pushed away by Monaghan into the offside, but tough this for Yorkshire at the moment. The Duckworth-Lewis is interesting. At the end of this over, Surrey would need to be on 38. Now this could be a wicket. Slog sweep off the top edge and the catch is taken. So Monaghan goes for 22. That Duckworth-Lewis will go up, but not rapidly because of the amount of runs that Surrey have on the board. But Monaghan goes for 22. Safe catch out on the boundary rope. And Monaghan, the second Surrey wicket to fall after Bryony Smith, but Schofield still there on 81.
Well, Monaghan just got a taste of the Paige Schofield life earlier on in the over. Fancied going again. This time comfortably held in the deep to a collective sigh of relief from the Yorkshire players.
Well, the other thing for Monaghan is she hasn't seen a huge amount of the strike, in the fact that it's 22 off 27 balls, so she hasn't seen a huge amount of the strike. It's been Schofield that's just absolutely dominated everything so far.
Oh, she hasn't faced that many fewer balls than Schofield.
No, but that's what I mean. You know, you're sort of watching the other person every ball smashing it to the boundary rope. So Davison Richards will make her way out to the middle. So 119 for 2. Surrey. Davison Richards taking her guard. But even with that wicket, they're so ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. The only reason I'm mentioning that now is the ground staff were beginning to make their way down towards the covers, and they're there now. So they will know that there is rain coming. But I'm hoping from a Schofield point of view that she may even be able to get to 3 figures before that rain comes, because she has lit this afternoon up here in South London. Right-handed Davison Richards waiting for her First delivery, she's forward, shout for LBW. That looked more inside edge actually than bad. And rolls down towards short fine. So yeah, Duckworth Lewis has gone up to 51 now. So that shows how far ahead of the game Surrey actually are with that wicket of Monaghan. Monison's in and low full toss, which is driven by Alice Davison-Richards up towards mid-off. Won't get a run to the end of the over. Successful one for Yorkshire. And Surrey, wow, they're so ahead of where they need to be. And 119 for 2 they are. And Paige Schofield will be on strike for the start of the 13th over. 81 not out. Just a reminder, Surrey winning the toss, sticking Yorkshire in. Rain came with Yorkshire 115 for 2 after 23 overs. And then Surrey were excellent with the ball after the rain break. Especially the spinners in Courtine Coleman, Kalia Moore and Danny Gregory combined beautifully. Single there for Schofield will take a run to 82. The old WASP, which I always forget what it actually stands for. Win something score prediction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Win analysis score predictor.
Thank you,
I mean, I don't think that's right. But
no, but it
works.
It works. 99% towards Surrey at the moment.
Well, hello, we've got a slip in.
Well, new batter on strike in Davison-Richards. Ward is in, and it's a short delivery, which Davison-Richards pushes up to mid-on. Maybe runs at Edgbaston. Davison-Richards.
We've got an answer for the Wasp. Winning and score predictor.
Thank you very much indeed. It was and. As this is a paddle sweep. Nicely played through the pigeons by Davison-Richards. And they will pick up 2. So Davison-Richards off the mark with a couple.
I don't think I like the word "and" being included in my initialisms.
What did you said?
I went for analysis.
Well, I actually prefer that. It's a more dramatic word than "and." I'm going to stick with that for Wasp.
We can start our own campaign.
As this is turned into the leg side by Davison-Richards. And we'll get a single. And that will bring Schofield back onto strike on 82. So Yorkshire sticking in there at the moment, to their credit. The real turning point was the dismissal of Lauren Winfield-Hill. It was a controversial dismissal, as Schofield will get a single. It's nicely played, just pushes it out into the offside. And that was why Surrey started 5 without loss, because there were 5 penalty runs.
I have some information that may well be relevant.
Thank you.
Ahead of Paige Schofield's approach to 3 figures.
Thank you very much indeed. As Davison-Richards will just work this one off the back foot for another single. Sensibly played. End of the over. Tidy over from Ward. 13 overs have gone. And Surrey 125 for 2.
Hypercaust has been in touch.
Thank you, Hypercaust.
Of course, I always refer to them as the patron saint of women's cricket. I don't know if that's too high a glory. But, nevertheless, the record for fastest 100 across the 7 seasons of Metro Bank League One, and the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, is currently 66 balls by Tasmin Brits for South East Stars and Danny White-Hodge.
14th over. Here goes Davison-Richards. Good looking shot. Great work though up at mid-on.
And Danny White
down the track.
And Danny White-Hodge against Warwickshire on Saturday. So Paige Schofield on 83 off 38 has a chance to shatter that record.
Monison is left arm around the wicket, and that'll be straight down the ground. You could see as it left her hand where Davison-Richards was aiming, and her footwork made that shot. Lovely, positive, couple of steps down the ground and then over long on for 6. Beautifully played. Lovely swing of the bat that from Alice Davison-Richards, but if you watch it again, you can almost see what's going to happen as the ball is released. Couple of paces down the pitch and then straight back over long on for 6. This time she'll just work delivery from Jonathan into the leg side, take a single. And Davison Richards moves on to 11, 132 for 2. So this brings Paige Schofield back onto strike on 83. I can't remember the last time I was at a game where you're only in the, 14th over of a 44 over game, and the runs required is 2 and over. They really have done this very well.
The message in the change room: if we bat the overs, we win.
Yeah. As Schofield's driving down the ground towards long off. And they'll pick up a single. Well, if you did have a strategic timeout now, you wouldn't bother going out there, would you? Really?
It'd be a big thumbs up from the dugout from me.
Yeah. Might just send a letter. Davison Richards on the back foot just turns this one into the leg side, and they will take another single. So just knocking it around now. Sorry, it's below 2 and over required here. 1.96, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. Schofield. Oh, she's gone down the ground. She's thrown the bottom hand into this. Didn't really get that. She'll get a single. Thank you to Cameron Ponsonby. Taking a break as Rana is coming in to my right. 14 overs gone then, 30 remaining. And Surrey only require 58 more, 135 for 2. Well, we were talking about it, yes. They'll go out there and try and take as much of this out of the chase as they can before the rain comes. I was just saying there's a chance he could actually have got everything by the time the rain comes, by the way they've played. Ward from the pavilion end then. Schofield's down the pitch, shot. That is a lovely bit of batting again. Has just danced down on a leg stump line there as Paige Schofield, which has opened up the offside, and she's gone straight over the top of mid-off and away down to the long off boundary rope for 4. She's on to 89 from 41.
It's a remarkable display of boundary hitting. She's been at the crease for 41 deliveries. She's hit 19 of those 41 deliveries, 2 or over the boundary rope.
Sweeping here, hits the pad, oh, give 'em. And Paige Schofield has gone LBW for a quite scintillating 89, and it was almost like James Treadwell slightly reluctantly put his finger up there. But Schofield has to go. But what an innings that has been. 89 off 42 deliveries. And Ward has the wicket, and Surrey 139 for 3. But those that are in the crowd will give her a standing ovation quite rightly, because that was scintillating, yes, wasn't it, from Paige Schofield?
An absolute masterclass. 89 of 42 deliveries, 17 fours, 2 sixes. Just an amazing ability to find the boundary rope, and we saw different aspects of her game. Power first up, that was something that was quite striking, but the technical ability to just keep finding the gap, ball after ball. Surrey aren't quite there yet, but they're very nearly there, and that's thanks largely to Paige Schofield.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Paige Schofield. Shots all around the ground. Just seeing it again, yeah.
That is out.
She tried very hard to get that front leg outside the leg stump after impact. But as I say, James Treadwell there, it was almost slightly reluctant to put the finger up, but it was going on to hit the stump. So captain is out there, Kira Chatley. So they've lost a couple of wickets here, Surrey, but still way ahead of where they need to be in terms of Duckworth-Lewis. It's getting slightly darker here in South London with the clouds. First ball for the right-handed Chatley. Oh, she's gone. Oh, now. Kira Chatley just trying to open the face and nudge this one down towards third. Gets a little outside edge. Winfield Hill does the rest. Ward's on a hat-trick. And all of a sudden, Surrey are 139 for 4.
This game's not done yet,
No,
Churchy.
it isn't.
2 wickets in 2 balls. 2 deliveries ago, we were thinking about records. What records could Paige Schofield break? How quickly will Surrey get over the line? But, sure, Surrey well ahead now, 139 for 4. The DLS pass score is 90, so they're still well ahead of that. But it just brings a little bit of pressure into the equation.
Certainly does.
When for a while, it didn't feel like there was that much on Surrey.
Certainly does. So, Ward is on a hat-trick. And you see it again. Chatley just trying to help it down through that backward point region. Little outside edge. Nice bit of work from Winfield Hill behind the stumps. And Jemima Spice makes her way to the middle on a hat-trick delivery. Cricket. Strange old game. It really is. Just taking her guard. Here's Jemima Spence. So, Ward on a hat-trick. Picked up the wickets of Schofield and Chatley. Spence just taking a bit of time to have a look. 2 back on that leg side boundary rope. The sweeper on the cover rope. Hat-trick delivery. And it's pushed straight back up the pitch. And Ward does the fielding off her own bowling. But there won't be nerves there at the moment, but it sort of just changes the equation a touch from a Surrey perspective. Spence is off the mark, sweeping through the pigeons, and the fielding is good. Throw is good. Straight over the top of the stumps. Erin Thomas down there doing the fielding, so Spence is off the mark with a couple.
Schofield was scoring at such a rate, it always made you feel as if Surrey were closer to the finish line than they actually were, because 5 more overs of Paige Schofield doing what she was doing, then the game was done.
Yeah.
But it is still 52 runs.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount. Spence pulls this. Short delivery out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single. Well, we've been given the old Duckworth-Lewis sheet there, which I've never understood. End of the over, 15 overs gone. Of their 44, 140. It's just a load of numbers to me. 142 for 4.
I'm really excited to watch Jemima Spence out in the middle. She's in great form, 79 or 48 in the opening round against Warwickshire. Just 19 years old. She's a player to watch this summer. You feel missed a lot of the 2025 season due to injury. Finished the season well when she regained fitness. But she's someone that people at the Oval are really excited about. Check out her highlights from the Warwickshire game. You can tell that she played hockey when she was younger. Amazing ingenuity in her sweeps and reverse sweeps.
As 16th over, Johnson continuing and just pushed away by Spence into the offside. Well, according to the sheet, if Surrey are 4 down at the end of this over, they need to be on 92. So they're still way ahead of where they need to be. Do you remember when it was a men's World Cup semi, I think, and Sean Pollock looked at the wrong column? Spence nicely played, just a little paddle sweep, beautifully played. This could run away down to the fine leg boundary rope. No, doesn't quite get there, but that's very controlled bit of batting from Spence.
I expect lots of shots like that behind square. Very, very inventive. Likes to move her feet, getting across the line, manipulating angles out of nothing. Question for you, Churchy,
yes.
if you can work it out from the sheet. We had 2 wickets and 2 balls in that previous over. What would 2 wickets and 2 balls do now?
Right. Give me a sec. Swung down the ground by Spence. Has got a fair amount of this. That's all the way for 6 over long on. Lovely, clean swing of the bat. And a high 5 from Alice Davison-Richards there. And that's the 150 up for Surrey. Right, what it would do, young Yaz, is it would mean that Surrey at the end of this over would need to be on 135 if they were 6 down at the end of this 16th. Forward goes Spence. Lays it straight back up the pitch. If they were to lose 3 in this over, which would be a miracle because there's only 2 balls left.
Stumping of a wide?
Yeah, so okay, that would be 156. As down the pitch, nicely bowled by Jonathan. Saw her coming and just fired it in, and it hits the pads and rolls away to short fine.
Quite interesting to see how Spence has played this. Coming in at number 6, just lost 2 wickets and 2 balls, but she's looked to be aggressive. Pretty much every ball she's used her feet.
She waits again. Left arm around the wicket, and now she's swinging this one into the leg side. One bounce out towards deep backward square. Just for a second, it looked as if she might have picked the fielder out, but that's the end of the over. So it's another 42 from here for Surrey. 16 overs of their 44 gone.
Also a power game on display too, taking on an international class spinner in Jonathan and hitting her for a 6 over long on. So already only at the crease for 9 deliveries, but showing her range. She's also someone who's not keeping wicket in this game, but she's someone who's capable of keeping wicket. So very, very interesting player to keep an eye on this summer.
Ward it is to continue, having just picked up those 2 overs. That's just outside the line of the off stump on the reverse sweep. Hit her just outside, I think. Got to be a little careful here. But yeah, it's tight. They don't want to be losing too many more, sorry. Ward is in again. Oh, leading edge. Might get away with this. Does get away with it. Gets a single. It's landed between 3. Mid off, mid on, and the bowler going back.
Living dangerously.
Yeah.
Very close LBW appeal, first delivery of the over, and Spence has done very well actually to somehow land that between mid off,
I'm not sure
mid
she
on,
could do
and
that
the
again
bowler.
if she tried. But she has. She sort of dissected all of them perfectly. Davison Richards chips this, and one bounce down towards mid off. Was in 2 minds there, I think, so it's nicely bowled by Ward. Was about to go straight over the top, then decided against it and almost chipped it straight to mid off. This time she's down the pitch, nicely bowled again by Ward. Saw her coming.
Almost every delivery from Ward is an event at the moment.
2 for 27 in her 4th. Still bowling in her sunglasses. Davison Richards just pushes this one down the ground, will take a single. Brings Spence back onto strike on 30. And Spence just waiting because Winfield Hill's going to bring the short mid-wicket across and try and plug that backward point region, I think. So yes, she is. So short third and a backward point, but a lot of space through the leg side now. Ward is in, and sweeping, gone. Spence, and that was the field change. That was the field change. Left mid-wicket wide open, and Spence looking to sweep into that gap, and he's bowled. Bale coming off the off stump, and that was the field change. It's good from Yorkshire, this. Really good.
Yeah, you almost saw that for Spence, the default attacking option was the reverse sweep rather than conventional sweep. Yorkshire sensed that, moved an extra fielder behind square on the offside inside the ring, creating that gap, as Churchy says, on the leg side. And for the first time, Spence takes on that conventional sweep stop. There's a bit of turn as well from Ward. Really nicely bowled. She's got 3 wickets in a couple of overs. And Surrey are now 5 down. 153 for 5, and they still do need to score 40 more runs.
15 minutes ago, it looked like a cruise, this, for Surrey. Schofield was playing shots all round the ground. All of a sudden, there might be a couple of nerves in there, although Maitland Brown is making her way out into the middle. But this afternoon, of course, lit up by that innings from Paige Schofield. We're getting a change in bowling now, and Beth Langston's coming into the attack.
Maitland Brown, the Aussie overseas, in at number 7. Saw her impressed with the ball, taking 2 wickets in quick succession. Had a decent Australian summer with the bat in the Australian equivalent of the One Day Cup, averaging 28.
Langston's first delivery from the Vauxhall end. And this is just helped down to deep third by Davison Richards.
You sense that we might see a gear change now that they've lost that 5th wicket.
Yeah. Well, they can't afford to have too many more 10 minutes like they've just had, sorry, otherwise they'll lose. So they've just got to take a little bit of time here. And fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Same question as I asked you 2 overs ago. What happens if
yes.
two
Let me
wickets
grab my
added?
sheet. Yes. Hang on. So, first ball for Brown. Langston into her. She's forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch. So, were they to lose 2 wickets in this over, Surrey would need to be on, hang on, let me get in the right column here, 156. And they're on 154. So that shows now it's just creeping back to parity as Brown drives up towards mid-off. So yeah, it wickets. If you lose a little cluster like that, the old Duckworth-Lewis does go shooting up. Got a slip in as well for Brown. Brown's forward, turning into short mid-wicket.
Yorkshire
Get her
going to
up.
give very, very little to Brown here. You're going to make sure that the fielders in the ring are really tight, keep her on strike as much as possible. Davidson Richards, the established England international at the other end. With 2 deliveries left in the over, Yorkshire lose that slip fielder.
Yep, it's a tidy start from Langston. 2 balls of the over to go. Brown, oh, bowled. Brown's gone now. There's one of the 2 that Yaz was talking about. It's gone across the line there, trying to punch it into the leg side. Brown goes without scoring. 154 for 6. We're in the 18th over. Now, they would need to be, if it remains 6 down, they'd still be ahead of it on 135 would be the Duckworth-Lewis. But, as Yaz said, if they lost another one, all of a sudden, Yorkshire would be ahead in the game. But almost just missed a straight one there, Brown, really.
This is remarkable.
It is.
If you're just joining us, 3.5 overs ago, Surrey was strolling. Paige Schofield, 89 not out of 41 deliveries. They were 139 for 2. With all the time in the world, best part of 75, 80 runs ahead of the DLS par score. But in the space of 3.5 overs, they've lost 4 wickets. Kalia Moore, the new batter in the middle, with work to do.
Yeah, really work to do now. And the thing here is, Surrey could, they could do this in singles till the end, really. They can have a couple of quiet overs. But all of a sudden, 6 down. So Kalia Moore got the slip back now. Langston is into her, and she's turning it into the leg side. We'll get a single. Or they'll get back for 2. It's good running. That is good running. Davison Richards, a little slow to respond to the second run there, but gets through for 2. But another wicket in the over. 18 gone.
With the speed that Schofield was batting at, the game was going to get done quite quickly.
Yeah.
And we were saying it's going to get done before the rain comes. Now that Surrey are going to have to bat at a more sedate pace, the rain may well come before they get to the total or before the match reaches a conclusion. So the DLS par score comes into it much
certainly
more.
does.
Before it was academic. Now it actually might be relevant. And as you were saying previously, another wicket here for Surrey. They may well be below the DLS par score.
Let me just have a look on my little sheet. So if they were to lose another one now, it would still be 173 it would be. As they'll pick up a single off the first ball of the over. So Kalia Moore will come on to strike. No, apologies. They would need to be, if they lost just the 1 wicket in this over, 156. So that single's got them ahead of where they'd need to be. So it's fascinating, this. Really is. If they don't lose a wicket, they're still ahead of where they need to be. Kalia Moore forward to Ward, who's bowled really nicely here. Ward 3 for 29 in her 5th over.
She's been the game changer.
Absolutely. Those 2 and 2 balls, including Schofield. Tosses this one up. Driven by Moore, straight into short extra. Ball ricochets away to Ward.
Slightly aerial though, not a million miles away from short cover.
That one's tossed up again, driven. Ah, lovely placement. It's a super shot from Kalia Moore. Threads that between the short extra cover and the mid-off. Lovely bit of batting. Her first boundary. And she moves on to 6.
Yeah, that'll ease the nerve. Just 32 required for Surrey. Couple of more boundaries and they'll feel like this game is theirs again.
Ward is in. Oh, good looking shot again. That's an even better shot from Moore. Lovely. Back-to-back boundaries. Ward's giving it flight, but the difference here with Moore is she's not using her feet. She's staying in the crease and just getting a good stride in. And there was a bit of width on that, so she could put her hands through it and timed it beautifully.
That's some shot from your number 8.
Certainly.
5 balls into your innings.
Certainly is. That's a bit flatter, that delivery. She's timed this beautifully as well, out towards the sweeper on the cover out. Kalia Moore's walked out there as if there isn't a problem at the moment. She's 11 off 6, 19 gone. And that does make a difference. Those 2 boundaries makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, that's taken the momentum away from Yorkshire. Everything going their way for that 4-over spell. From nowhere, 139 for 2 to 154 for 6.
Well, it's just 27 required now by Surrey, with plenty of overs in the tank. Still 25 overs remaining. Langston will bowl the 20th. But the way this game's going, you don't know really. Moore with a slip in there, hits the thigh guard. You're not going to get that from behind the stumps. And rolls away into the leg side. Absolutely nothing from Langston on that occasion. Nice bat that Moore's got, because she timed those 2 drives. And actually the single off the last ball of the over as well was travelling. Langston in, beats the edge. Looking to drive, just shaped away a touch.
There's an unlikely but possible scenario, Churchy, where
Yes.
we go off for rain with Surrey ahead of the DLS par score by fewer than 5 runs. When at that
Come
point,
back.
well, I just think about the impact of that 5-run penalty.
The 5-run penalty. No, absolutely. As driven by Moore. Oh, she's timed this to perfection as well. Goodness gracious. Kalia Moore looks like she's been out there for days now. Fielder coming round to do the fielding there. Erin Thomas hasn't got up yet. Put the dive in. Erin Thomas, I think she's struggling here. She's back on her feet now. Sprinted round and put the dive in. Ball beat her over the rope, but yeah, it's her left knee. She's struggling here, Erin Thomas. Never like to see this. But what a shot that is from Kalia Moore. But as Thomas dives, oh yeah,
That's
her
nasty.
knee, that is nasty. And she'll have to get some treatment here because her knee got caught in the turf as she dived. Oh, she's feeling that. Is Thomas. Horrible, really horrible. She's on her feet, which is a good sign, but it's when you see the knee get caught in the turf. The one you always remember was Simon Jones in that Ashes, opening Ashes test match. So they will have to get the 12thers out there now, because Thomas, I don't think Thomas should be coming back on, to be fair. I think they should just go and check that now. So yeah, 12th is coming on. That's Rebecca Duckworth is coming on to replace Erin Thomas.
Going back to the shot though, Churchy, the timing from Moore again. There was no real follow through there at all. It was no more than a punch.
Yep.
And that's raced away to the much longer side of the ground as well.
As I say, she looks like she's been out there an hour.
Some options I have coming in at number 8.
Well, the run rate required is now below 1. But we were saying this about 20 minutes ago. But actually, it's been Kalia Moore coming out and timing the ball beautifully. Has got it down to just 23 more required for Surrey. This one's on her pad. She just turns it through the leg side. We'll get a couple here, I think. Nope, just the single.
We were talking earlier about the England players not being around and how for a lot of Surrey supporters that might be quite a frustrating thing not to see players like Dunkley, White Hodge or Capsey in action. But those absences create opportunities for other players. So someone like Clear Moore, she might not necessarily get into the Surrey team when everyone's available. She might be in the same side as those players, but bat lower down the order, bowl fewer overs. I think about her off spin. Maybe those are overs that Alice Capsey takes up if they're playing in the same side. But with both bat and ball today, she's really, really stood up.
Well, this is something we saw from Surrey last season, is that they plan well ahead. As a single here from Davis and Richards, so they know they're losing players to international cricket. And last year, whoever came in, they didn't miss a beat, really. And it's been the same today with what you're saying there, Yaz. But they plan, you know, they're looking ahead. Right, we're going to lose 3 at the moment, maybe 4 to the World T20. And we've lost 3 here for, I don't know how to describe it, really, as this is driven down towards more.
International duty? Technically it is.
Is it? Yeah, I suppose it is international duty to play a game against yourselves. Here are some of the shots from Paige Schofield for you, in case you haven't seen this. And 89 off 42 deliveries. And yes, there are shots all round the ground here from Schofield.
Yeah, the boundaries are not short this week at all. And yet Schofield cleared it comfortably a couple of occasions. But we saw her power throughout, her creativity. And she was... The ball striking throughout the innings was quite something, and basically was scoring a boundary every other ball.
She was.
It was
Beautiful innings.
Brilliant display of power play batting in particular, I thought. Finding those gaps when the fielders are in the ring.
Well, Claudie Cooper's into the attack. She was expensive in her first 2 overs. And single off the first ball of this, the 21st. Oh yeah, you just see that. You just see some of those shots. The shot for me there was the cover drive on the up. Just power and timing. And against the spinners, she just didn't let them settle. Just did not let them settle. Terrific innings. Moore is forward. Just pushes this one down towards backward point. But you have to give all credit to Yorkshire for sticking in there, because at one point, well, it really looked like even if the rain had come, we were done and dusted. Cooper bowling in her bright orange boots. There is I popped into our dear friends and colleagues in the BBC box, and Henry Moran seemed to know what the actual colour was of those, and I cannot remember what it is now. It's something like flame red.
Is that
official technical colour of those boots, according to Henry Moran, and he is a man who would know, because he is a trend setter. As this one's tossed up, turned up towards mid-on by Moore. I always think though, if you wear those boots, that sort of colour, you've got to deliver, because everybody will notice, won't they? Cooper's in. It's nicely bowled. Just pushed back up the ground by Moore. But that's sort of become more part of the game, really. All the different colour boots to fit the different colour kits. End of another over. So there's 13 on the board remaining. So we only require another 20. And Davis and Richards and Moore are doing this very well after that sudden flurry of wickets.
Yeah, Moore in particular has taken, for the moment at least, the jeopardy out of this run chase. There was very little jeopardy after 13 overs when Surrey were strolling to their target.
22nd over. Langston to bowl it. Single off the first ball as Davis and Richards Plays this out towards the pigeons, and we'll pick up a single. I often say this, but of the bird variety, pigeons have to be the most stupid. In the fact that the ball will whistle towards them, they'll fly around in a big circle and then land in exactly the same spot again. Hope I haven't offended anybody there. Oh, this is out because Moore has looked for that square drive. It's looped off a thick outside edge. Catch taken at backward point by Jonathan, I think it is. And now Kalia Moore's gone for 16. And Surrey lose their 7th wicket.
The jeopardy is back.
It's back. Well,
7 down.
let me just
Still
jump in.
need
I'm going
19
to.
runs.
Phil Walker's taking over from me at the end of this over. I'm going to leave him the sheet because he may need it the way we're going here. And he is a man who will be able to read this sheet properly, unlike me. But now 7 down, so we're in the 22nd over. If they're still 7 down at the end of this, they would need to be still on 156. So they're still ahead of where they need to be. I really built that up and there was no drama. But if they were to lose another wicket in this over, Yaz, it would be 173.
Well, we're also getting to the point where you can't lose too many more wickets, and then otherwise they're all out.
Yes, well, there is that as well. Lose 3 more, that's the end of the game. Oh, you've got to give Yorkshire a lot of credit here. So, Chatterjee's out there now. Davison Richards becomes the key figure here with all the experience. Problem is she's stuck at the non-strikers end at the moment.
She's not faced that many deliveries.
No, she's
in the
going out to
last
run a
20 or
ball
so
at the
deliveries.
moment. First ball then for Chatterjee. And Chatterjee is off the mark. Straight
done.
away and gets Davison Richards onto striking. As Yas Rana says, job done. Chatterjee doesn't need to see any more deliveries in this over, really. Oh, we're going to get into that game now as well, aren't we?
Yeah. It's
Davison Richards trying to see the strike, so run out comes into play here as well.
be interesting to see if Davison Richards indeed looks to take all the strike.
She's driving. Oh, misfield at short extra. Didn't need that, Yorkshire. And the pigeons get out the way eventually, and it gets over the boundary rope and away for 4. So, timely boundary for Surrey. Davison Richards moves on to 22. But, yeah, that should have been stopped really at short extra.
Yeah, that's helpful for Surrey. Pressure very much applied at both ends. Credit to Claudie Cooper's previous over, just 1 run from it. This over started with 1 wicket, 1. That really should have been another dot ball.
Yeah.
And that misfield gives Surrey 4 runs. When it's this tight, I'm not sure Yorkshire can afford mistakes like that at this juncture.
So Davison Richards will be looking for a single somewhere here. Chatterjee will be on her toes at the non-strikers end. Davison Richards won't find the single. It rolls up towards mid-on. So Chatterjee will be on strike. That's the halfway point, but Surrey only require 14 more to win there. 179 for 7. As your thoughts on what has been a dramatic and topsy-turvy day, and then it will be Phil Walker to guide you safely through to the close.
It's been quite a strange game in that not only has it been topsy-turvy, that the pace of the day has undulated. Yorkshire were going along nicely and then suffered a couple of collapses. And Surrey, it looked like they were going to get this game wrapped up by now. 139 for 2. Lost 5 wickets for 40 runs. Cooper will continue. This wasn't supposed to happen, Phil.
Mental game. Utterly mental. I stepped away after 11 overs, wondering, am I going to get back on here? And
How far away were you to Vauxhall Station?
mate,
by that point?
I'm a pro. Just about. This is good. Just got to try and squeeze here. Let the pressure bubble away. I'd bring another couple up personally. long half volley. And so a sigh of relief for Chatterjee to get up the other end and leave ADR to just calm these nerves. Remarkable, really. Paige Schofield, what a knock. In all the excitement, we've almost forgotten 89 from 42. Been playing a different game to everyone else today. But then after Alice Monaghan's wicket on 119 in the 12th, wickets falling at 139 twice, 153, 154, 174. And they're not quite done yet. 13 more to win. And that 5-run penalty does really come into focus when you look at a game on a knife edge like this. Swept hard into the gap. That's brilliantly done by ADR, and that will, in fact, be hauled in on a slide. Excellent work.
Yeah, Beth Langston long on, diving across.
She's had a up and down day in the field as Langston. She took a decent catch to get Bryony Smith, but then put down Schofield when she was in full cry, but she's done well there. And as well, that misfield as well in the previous over that ran away for 4. Those 9 runs, they could really do with those at the moment, Yorkshire. So what's happening here? Yazine, what's going on?
I don't know. Conversation first between Lauren Winfield-Hill, the Yorkshire skipper, and Alice Davidson-Richards. Now there's a conversation with the square leg umpire, who's now walking across to the umpire at the striker's end. And I'll be honest, I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, we've got a DRS sheet. Brilliant. My worst nightmare. Yes, there you go. You're a man of numbers.
But I don't know what they're wondering about.
Come on, folks, let's get it done. 3 wickets or 11 runs. Tossed up, low full toss, punched tidily into the onside. Just a single, though.
Oh, that's good for Surrey.
Yeah.
Davidson-Richards retains the strike. Vast gap in the leg side. Straight delivery. Feels like Davidson-Richards didn't have to work particularly hard to get that single. And it means that she's on strike, with Surrey requiring just a further 10 more to win.
Been a curious game, this. Both teams flying out the traps, really. Sitting pretty on 120 for 2, Yorkshire were, and Surrey even better, 119 for 1. And now Surrey limping home, really. 3 wickets still in the hutch. 10 needed. You fancy that they will get there in the end, just about, but 2 dramatic collapses, really, from both teams.
It's a bizarre-looking scorecard. 183 for 7 of 23 overs when you have 44 overs to get the runs.
Right, Langston again, full, driven beautifully. That's a glorious shot. You don't see a ball better timed all season than that. ADR just leaning on it, picks up a couple, good work in the outer.
2 more chalked off, just 8 to go. If Yorkshire can get ADR here.
And that is through. That's glorious. Only a cameo knock, this, but showing all her class. 31 now. And she has got this done now. All concerns have been put to bed.
Yeah, Langston slightly over pitching, and ADR showing her international class. During the collapse, it was a strange one where she was at the other end, but she wasn't really facing that many deliveries. But
Really?
given the opportunity to stamp her authority back on the game, she's pretty much got the job done for Surrey.
And there it is. That will run away across the outer. Brilliantly done by ADR. A nerveless finish, really, as all around her threatened to lose their heads. She kept hers. Finishes up 35 not out. Chatterjee just a couple as well. And so after a spectacular collapse at one point, Surrey went from cruising to jittery, but now they get their second in 2 under their belt. A nervy win by 3 wickets in the end, but good for that win. It's been a slightly up and down day weather-wise, but these two teams have put on an intriguing cricket match here, and Surrey emerged triumphant.
A really strange game. Yorkshire started pretty well. They were at one point 131 for 2 before that controversial dismissal of Lauren Winfield-Hill for 60. From there, after the rain delay, the game reduced from a 50 over a side game to a 44 over a side affair. The wheels came off for Yorkshire. Partnerships briefly threatened to build into something significant, but in pretty much every case then faltered quickly. And then at the end of the innings, they were 185 for 6. That became 185 all out, 4 wickets without adding an additional run. They left 3.5 overs unused. And in the run chase, it felt like Surrey were going to get there without really breaking sweat. Paige Schofield on course for what could have been a record-breaking 100 in terms of balls faced, 89 off 42 in the end, but her dismissal prompted a pretty dramatic collapse. 119 for 1, 139 for 2 turned into 154 for 6 and 174 for 7. In the end, ADR showed her class, 35 not out of 26 deliveries to get the job done for the home side, who are 2 from 2. And despite this game feeling very close at the end, Surrey only win it by 3 wickets. Because the way net run rate works, it only cares about how quickly you get the job as the chasing side. So actually, when the day is done, this is a very convincing win for Surrey on paper, even though we know it wasn't actually that in the flesh.
Yeah, excellent summary by Yaz Rana. 2 from 2 then, Surrey. And on a day when we'd like to have seen a few more international cricketers on show, it's been a theme of the day that they've been wrenched out of these games for an inter-squad game. Nonetheless, it was England's stars of yesteryear who emerged as the key figures, and one in Paige Schofield who may yet come again. Schofield with the innings of the match without a doubt, 89 from 42. She crunched it really, a couple of sixes in there. Davison Richards, who of course has a test match 100 under her belt, calmed the nerves after that wild middle order collapse, 35 not out to get it done. Beth Langston bowled tidily and picked up a couple of wickets. Maddie Ward came in as well and changed the dynamic and the tempo of that innings with 3 for herself. They were just a bit expensive up top to allow Schofield to get off to that flyer. 4 overs for 37, including 2 for 35 initially for Cooper, and Woolston as well was expensive. Winfield-Hill, England's star of the past, was sawn off, it appeared, on 60. Certainly that was the indication that she gave us. And incurred a slap on the wrist for her troubles and a 5-run penalty against Yorkshire due to her reaction after being adjudged caught behind. I was particularly impressed with Maitland Brown, who picked up Winfield-Hill and then got rid of Callis as well, the 2 danger women, and she ran in hard with the new ball, and then after the rain break she got going again. Really impressive, a very, very good signing. Tilly Courtine-Coleman continues to impress, 3 for 27, bowling with the new ball now. That's established and it's a really smart move. She gets a bit of seam actually with that new ball. Angled in, left arm round of course, and then came back and used a bit more flight and guile in the latter overs. And Kalia Moore as well picked up 3 for 22. In fact, they're the best figures out there for Surrey, with her very, very useful off breaks. An excellent catch from the keeper and skipper Chaffley to get rid of Jess Jonathan, the Aussie danger woman. So there you go. Surrey win by 3 wickets. And in the end, it was relatively comfortable. But for that moment, for that mad 5 overs in the middle, it threatened to really go upside down for Surrey. So they are 2 from 2, and Yorkshire are played 2, lost 2, and they are struggling a little with the bat. from everybody here, thanks so much for your time. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a slightly iffy day weather-wise, but we've got a good game under our belts, and Surrey, their first home game of the season, are looking in very, very good shape indeed. We will be back, of course, on Saturday morning for more of the same. Second home game back-to-back here. Do join us if you possibly can. I'm sure with the team assembled again, Daniel Norcross back in the saddle. You here, Yaz?
I'm not, I'm afraid, but look forward to watching the stream from afar. Durham, the opponents on Saturday.
So Surrey Durham from Saturday morning, 10:30 a.m. first ball. Do make sure you can join us. From everyone here, it's a very good afternoon.